Good morning. There are some more people still in the, in the restaurant taking breakfast, but we can't wait for more than these 5 minutes extra. So let us start the program. The first, today, we want to compensate some of the delays which we experienced yesterday. The Directors Forum, that the executive meet, that we could not do it, that we want to accommodate today morning. So first lecture will be by Ms. Laura, who is the IPMA COO. She is going to talk about the IPMA, how the professional body has experienced in many certification process and what are their plans she will present. It will be followed by the Executive Forum, the directors of who have come from various laboratories or in the industries. We are going to have a panel discussion for half an hour. Third lecture will be Digital Twins by Dr. Kota Harinarayana. And parallelly, we are going to have in Hall 2 some of the lectures we are arranging. So that by lunchtime, we want to complete most of this the program which we have put. And after lunch, we will again have specific discussions on sustainability. One forum we are trying to form. That will be followed by the President's Forum, IPMA President's Forum. That will conclude major decisions of this meeting, and they will give new directions. Then we will summarize the whole process. So we want to complete by 4 or 5, we want to complete the proceedings. This is the plan for today. So now may I call Ms. Laura to talk about IPMA, setting the gold standards for project management.
Good morning, namaste. Very happy to be here as a speaker and present IPMA. Also, the organizers have prepared a wonderful agenda, especially yesterday, that was fully packed with presentations, high-level meetings, and also the spectacular gala dinner. So actually, I'm very pleased to see so many faces here this morning. Let me ask you a question. If I were to ask you for your advice, holding 2 shiny crystal balls in my 2 hands, and I would ask you for your advice, which one is diamond and which one is glass? How would you phrase your advice? You would probably recommend me to consult the papers, right? A certificate issued by a credible authority. Why? Because the true excellence is certified. Think of project management. Isn't it the same? Many of you run the companies or participate in huge organizations, and you have your project teams or participate in one. You have new incoming project managers. How do you know if they are competent? How do you know if they will deliver? True excellence usually is certified. Why is this important? We are speaking about project management yesterday, we have touched many topics, and also today. So the world is increasingly project-based. For companies, it means that projects enable change and transformation. For government institutions, it means that projects are the delivery engine of the public policy. Up to 1/3 of world's GDP is project-based. In some companies, as we heard by the keynote speakers, this number amounts to 50%. So it means that the project management role is increasingly relevant to the companies and to the government authorities. This actually creates a huge global talent gap worldwide. Up to 30 million of project managers will be needed in 9 years from now. And current demand already exceeds the supply. But the real risk for many of you, for many decision makers, is not only the numbers, it's also the competence gap. Because knowledge alone is not sufficient to run a project. And you, your stakeholders, need people, competent people, to deliver the results. Why delivery matters? Why the results matter? Because India is a very ambitious nation. You have a very ambitious vision, 2047, based on the key pillars that in some way your organizations, your people, your teams will participate. You will anyway be involved in this strategy of Indian vision. So your companies will be there. It's a question now to you, many of you. Who do you think will deliver these strategies? Who will implement the changes needed to achieve this vision, 2047? Think of your organizational capabilities. How will you participate? And are your teams competent enough to deliver the results? Because the strategic ambitions require professional and competent leadership. And here IPMA offers you our global partnership proposal. As an NGO established already more than 60 years ago and operating in 70+ countries, we also offer a very rigorous competence-based model for certifying and assessing your people, your competences, and ensuring that the project managers that we are certifying, they are really competent. We also included the main hot topics in our activities and our products and services, including sustainability, inclusion, and lifelong professional development. So IPMA certification is the independent proof that your project managers are not just polished, but they are truly competent. IPMA operates in 70+ national countries through the national member associations. And in India, we are very proudly represented by PMA India under the visionary leadership by Dr. Pillai. So for any questions about IPMA certification and other ecosystem products and services, please come to see Dr. Pillai and his leadership team. IPMA has polished our standards since 1998. So we have released first versions, second ICB4, our main individual competence baseline standard, is our main and the first standard that we issued in 1998 with the current update, number 5, going under the way and expected to be presented with the main actual updates later this year. Hopefully, you have visited the booth of PMA India, run by our colleagues, and probably have had a chance to pick some of the standards there, which we offered free of charge. I keep my 2 last copies here, but I will give it away after the presentation. Oh, I see that's not up to date. Slides. Okay, besides the certification, IPMA also offers a pathway for continuous professional development. We offer the global registration system of quality courses and trainings in about 50 countries. So it means that we register training providers, those who offer really quality courses, trainings, and exam preparations, and IPMA assesses the quality so that your people can enroll in the quality professional development or prepare for the exams. IPMA professional development journey is of course accompanied by professional artifacts such as diploma, CPD records, proofs of participation, digital badges, including the online registration of the courses. Everything is digital so that your people can enroll into any professional development activities anytime, anywhere, in 50 countries in the world. We also offer the CPD counter, which is the latest addition to our digital pack of services. So CPD counter is a very, very cool tool collecting your CPD hours obtained over the year. IPMA offers a lot of training materials and other books and publications on IPMA library, free of charge for all members of our member associations. So if you are a member of PMA India, you have access to free books and publications, which we have on the online library. It's about 350 and still coming in and counting. Certification requires the pathway of continuous professional development. So one certificate is really not enough. One certificate is just demonstrated and assessed competences at some point of time. But to maintain these competences, to keep it up, to grow in your professional development, we offer various levels of other certifications and also encourage the professionals to keep up with the professional development journey. Besides the standard 4LC certifications, 4-level certification, IPMA also offers role and industry-based certifications as the latest addition to our certification portfolio, including the very much in-demand sustainable project management qualifications, as well as agile project planner, PMO, and additional certification for consultants, coaches, and trainers. Many of the project leaders need to act also as coaches, isn't it? Recognition of competences by IPMA are depicted in this certification pyramid. So we offer the certification levels from D, which is more of the knowledge-based, up to level A, which is portfolio director. We offer also certifications for organizations such as Ipma Delta, that was addressed in detail yesterday. As well, we use Project Excellence Baseline Standard for assessing the projects and individuals for the awards. So here, this is the clear description of various roles and various competence levels that IPMA offers through the certification scheme. And you can see that you can start as, for example, Certified Project Management Associate, but you can improve your competences through the professional development journey up to the certified project manager, senior manager, or project director, including the other industry role-based certifications. And this actually may resemble your pathway, your career pathway in the organization, right? Up to the project portfolio director. Besides the individuals, we also offer a very interesting and very comprehensive assessment tool for organizations. So this is called Ipma Delta. Yesterday we had witnessed a very prestigious ceremony of giving the certificate to NLC India as the first organization in India which was awarded by the prestigious Ipma Delta certificate. So you can really count on this assessment classes, and you can anticipate that this company really demonstrated the excellence in project management as assessed by international assessors. Besides that, IPMA also is keeping up with the latest trends, especially for the sustainable project management. We issued, last year, we issued a standard and materials for preparing for the certification in sustainable project management, and we also offer Ipma WISE tool for assessment of the sustainability impact by your project from the 4 pillars: economic, ESG, this is what we call. That could be very interesting for the companies aiming to measure their sustainability impact of their projects. We also offer the new certification in project management from the knowledge to strategic impact level. I will just very briefly run through the slides, as I think that it was presented enough. So we have Agile certification path for Agile leaders, for project planners, also for the PMOs that were addressed yesterday at some keynotes, so that PMOs can enable their activities and develop from the administrative support to delivering a strategic value. And also, as I mentioned, many of the project leaders need to act as coaches or trainers, right, in our teams. So IPMA certificate for coaches, consultants, and trainers also addresses that part, and with the independent knowledge assessment. I've shown a lot of books. IPMA is really known as a publisher. In 25 alone, we issued a lot of new publications, researchers, including the Challenge, the Ipma Kids book for the younger generation, for fostering project management skills and competences since the early stage, like 6 years old. And believe me, those kids really start understanding what project management is. Yesterday, we witnessed a very nice and prestigious ceremony by PMA India of the National Indian Awards. IPMA also offers the Global Award Scheme for individuals and for companies from small and medium-sized projects to large and mega-sized projects. We include various categories, including sustainability, construction and engineering, social development, and PMO award, and DEI award, which is also one of the pillars that I address in the Indian Vision 2047. We also award the young, the mature, the best, the agile leaders of the year, head of PMOs, and sustainability project managers. So we have a lot of recognition to give the visibility to your team leaders, to your organizations, to promote them, to give them credibility from IPMA as a globally operating organization, that we assess your projects and your leaders, and we truly can state that they are competent enough to shine in the IPMA Global Award Scheme. IPMA awards assessments are based on our standards, so actually they are very coherent with our professional development journey as well with IPMA certification. One of the most distinguished usage for IPMA awards is the IPMA PEB standard, Project Excellence Baseline. Some of you from this audience probably have received one of the PEB books that were very scarce at the PMA booth. So Project Excellence Baseline includes a very detailed and very comprehensive project excellence model for assessing your projects in the companies by your teams, by the trained assessors. And I am very happy to show this slide because the recent Project Excellence Assessment training by IPMA Global was conducted in India, in New Delhi, a couple of months ago, where we have received a really wonderful cohort of about a dozen or more people. So they underwent the 3-day excessive training, finalized by the exam, and they were awarded Project Excellence Assessor badge and diploma. So please feel free to contact those people. They should really now bring value to your organizations. Besides that, IPMA also gives to the community. We are fostering communities through the special interest groups, which are totally free of charge. We offer them online through the webinars, where all our project management network can join, listen to 1 hour webinar or so with the experts in the field, such as mega projects, healthcare, software, AI, supply chain. And after 1 hour of webinar, you also get a digital badge. So that's an easy and interesting way to collect your CPD points. Besides that, IPMA also offers philanthropy initiatives such as project management for nonprofits. So this is a tool that we offer to our member associations, such as, for example, PMA India, to help the charities develop their project management competences and skills. Besides that, as I mentioned, we have one of the CSR programs. This is Ipma Kids. We conduct workshops, including our colleagues at PMA India, who are now successfully appointed kids directors and kids trainers. So our colleagues can conduct workshops at schools for various age groups and teach them project management in a funny and playful way. And we received a lot of appreciation from the kids and especially from their parents. After the initial Ipma Kids stage is completed, they developed young project managers. Ipma Young Crew is a global network of young project managers, young and those aspiring ones, which probably are looking just to enter the project profession, but they can. And we, IPMA, we offer the global network and global events for the professional development pathway and for a global exposure, which is very needed for our incoming generations. How can you get involved with IPMA ecosystem? How would you learn more about that? So the easiest way is to attend the IPMA organized events. As we operate in more than 70 countries, we always cooperate with the local member associations such as PMA India, and we organize events promoting the project profession, not only for project managers, but also promoting the importance of this profession for the organizations, for decision makers, for strategic leaders, to put project management on the C-suite, where it truly belongs, to deliver the strategies. So we have various events from Global Project Professional Forum that is organized here in Mahabalipuram. This is a specifically tailored concept for project professionals. But besides that, we also have research conference, which is specifically tailored for academics. So we have a very rigorous process of assessment of papers, and this is a scientific conference that will be hosted in a couple of months in Bogota, in Colombia. And besides that, we have the World Congress, with next edition in 2026 will be hosted in Hiroshima, in Japan. So hopefully see you at one of these events in the next years. This is our global events map. So in 3 years, we held the events in 4 continents, 9 flagship events, and up until Mahabalipuram, we have invited more than 3,000 participants to our events. Here you have just an overview of the coming events: India, Colombia, Serbia, which will be the only flagship event back in Europe in this year, and then we will end with the main flagship event in Hiroshima. So please remember, success always starts with competent people, and the true excellence is certified. Thank you for your attention.
Friends, this is a very important presentation what Ms. Laura has just now talked to you. This is the whole process of certification and making all of us competent to do projects. So if you have got any doubt, please ask. We want all of you certified. That's our aim. So please take this opportunity We are here to help you as the PMA India, and you should also see the type of award schemes. Industries must use that opportunity to showcase their competence, their products, the whole world. The World Congress is meant for that. Whole world will be assembling. We have 70 plus countries. So it is an opportunity to say that we have done this and you get the reward for that. So please ask, you have got any doubt, please ask question. Yes.
They were talking about Indian students becoming project leaders. So can we have some program at the student level certification program? In the colleges, we can institute this, that could go through that 1 or 2 years program. Any college, it's not the management colleges, but any college can go through this.
Introduced a new scheme called Level E program. That means that is purely meant for students, because normally D level starts after graduation. Now, before graduation, if a student wants to participate in the the program and make himself eligible to become D, we have got a program certification, we do E level. So that opportunity is there, we are going to introduce. And we are also going to introduce to kids in the school. So that's also there. So we want to see that gradually we want to make a project-oriented India. That's the aim of IPMA, aim of PMA India.
In Germany, we have in most of our universities level E or level D, and even in some advanced master courses, level C certified included in the curricula. So we prepare all the people to be ready for the marketplace and attractive to the companies in industry. Okay, so I would encourage you to really go that route because it helps the people to be qualified.
So, Dr. Srinivasa Rao, you are already A-level certified, so you must take responsibility to lead for implementing the E-level in the schools as well as in the colleges.
Yes, sir, I am ready, sir.
Okay. We will appoint him as the head of the E-level program. Any other doubt, any question? Please ask. This is an opportunity to talk about IPMA.
Hello. Yeah, good morning, Laura. I am David. I represent Siemens Energy and I am a certified IPMA C category project manager. My question to you is for IPMA B category, you have specified that we have to do projects of B category value. So my request would be, can it be considered that if you have done projects of C category for say 10 numbers or 15 numbers, you are eligible to for IPMA B?
Let me respond to you. I am the lead validator. It's one of my responsibilities to keep compliance and to assure worldwide the homogenization of the certificates. Siemens in IPMA is called a global organization. So we have with you, IPMA, a special agreement because your classification of projects. In Siemens, you have small projects, D, C, B, and A projects. But the requirements in Siemens for B is regarding complexity and another requirements that in IPMA level B outside Siemens is not. So this is why it's a little bit more complicated in Siemens to rise your level D, but this is an internal definition of business in the company. Okay?
So it is company based, not.
No,
what I understand.
no. You can arrange with PMA India to reach the global organization, and then you can manage that one directly. You don't need to.
Simple answer to you, there's no problem. If you have done projects which are, you consider C value, but we will evaluate. That's why evaluation process is there. That's assessors, they will see. And if you have done a good project work, and if you have done it through the project management in a better way, we are going to make their marks accordingly. The criteria has been already set. We'll do that and then we'll give that. It's not a problem. But you should have done number of projects. So
Yeah, if I'm talking about myself, I've done more than 20 plus C category projects. But I do not qualify for IPMA B. This is the...
we will see separately, we will discuss. I don't know whether what projects you are talking. We'll sit down and then we'll evaluate the whole thing.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. Thank you.
But those who have got some good experience and doing many projects, definitely senior people we are considering for B level. And those who have done portfolio number of projects and they have very significant projects and reached the level of CEO, we are considering for the A level. That's what we are doing presently. So it is up. You can put propose your things, and we will evaluate and take decision accordingly.
Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning, Pillai sir. I work as a chief vehicle engineer for a vehicle development program. I wanted to get certified on IPMA level B, but for several years this is getting postponed. The real reason is for level C or level B. We have to undergo a 1 week full the classroom training without a disturbance, and also we have to prepare for the exams and interview.
Okay.
So
what do you have to do? You can't
Yes.
ask for it without doing anything. You have to go through the procedure.
No, this is a perfect for a learning environment. I fully agree.
Yes.
But practically, when we are undergoing several projects with a tight schedule, cutting off 1 week without any disturbance, this is a...
See, we are little flexible.
Yes.
Suppose you don't have continuously 5 days.
Yes.
We can do it in the Saturday, Sunday, next Saturday, Sunday. That we are flexible.
Exactly. This is what my
Yeah, we
request
will do
is. It flexible to have an online
Yes,
session
yes,
or in the
no
weekend?
problem.
Can we
No
continue
problem.
this
We'll do it
program?
because I know all executives are very busy Monday to Friday.
Okay.
But Saturday, Sunday is available to them. We will do it.
Okay,
We are
thank you.
available all the 24 hours.
Okay, that's perfect answer. Thank you.
Okay. So let us thank Ms. Flora.
Sir, one more question. Sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, I'm Dr. Sairam from DLRL Hyderabad. I have done EDPM course from I to PM, sir. My question is, this certification, are they equivalent or how do I take off?
What is the question? Equal. Please repeat your question.
I have done this I2 PM is...
I2PTM we don't consider.
Okay.
That's a different thing. You have to go through the proper process of D level, C level certification.
Okay.
I2PTM is not in our consideration.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sir, for doing IPMA E-level certification for school kids, is there any screening test or selection process for the kids, or anybody can do that?
No, not anybody. If the school children, if they want to have, or the college, engineering college was studying the first year, second year, they want to have E-level, we'll first get the proposal, we'll evaluate the proposal. We do the screening process. We don't give certificate just like that. We do the screening process. Once they are eligible for getting it, then there's a training program. They have to go through the training. After training, there is an assessment. We are going to have a test for them. And if they pass the test, then we'll give.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sir, myself Naresh from DRDO, Hyderabad. Coming to the project management, we are handling the scientific project management. So there will be sudden shifts in the technology, as well as there will be so many challenges. The technologies which are not existing, we are working on.
See,
So are there any specific things in this?
correct. It is like that. You are in the R&D project management, which has got a lot of uncertainties. So the project management schemes define how to handle uncertainties. So we will be evaluating R&D projects in that particular sense. After the training, and we have the test and also the review, we consider the R&D projects in a very different way because they are going through certain programs which are not very clear to them, which are not giving results in time. So we go through all the details.
any special certification for this project?
No, no special. It is process is one. We have got the levels which has been explained already. Process is one, but the consideration will be different because
The commercial product project management,
Pardon?
engineering project management, and commercial products project management will be
everything is a project. That's what we are discussing. You want to get married, it's a project. So everything is a project. So we have the project management schemes are there. We have to go through that process. If you are good in the process, you will get certified.
But we face so many challenges. I feel there will be
No, challenges will
specialized,
be also evaluated. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think we are running late. You can discuss during the tea time because otherwise we will not be able to do our justice to our time. So we will honor Lara for the excellent presentation she has made for the IPMA. She has also told you there are books available free. It will be given in the on the pavilion. You will give that the stall. So PMA stall. You can please see the competence schemes what we are having. So thank you, Lara. Let me give you a present to you. We'll have now the executive insights. I would like to call upon some of the chief executives who have managed many projects to come to the dais and then have a meeting. Mr. Gemstein, is he there? Yes. So he will conduct the proceedings. He will be the session chair. And we have with us the director DRDL. Yes. Then Director LRD. Yes. Then Mr. Srinivasa Rao. And then we have the MD BATL. MD BATL? Okay. So this panel will discuss what are the transforming strategies for various institutions to align themselves in project management in executing projects. So Mr. Gemstein, please conduct the proceedings.
Good morning, everybody. At the outset, I'd like to welcome the panelists here, as well as the members in the audience. We will have our comments reserved, so I would request the panelists one by one to express their views here, because as was brought out very clearly by Laura, project management is a way of life. Everybody, every country, every progressive economy has to go through the route of project management. What extent they do, to what extent each company is invested in project management is a matter of detail. But nevertheless, there are organizations which are predominantly in the project realm. Some of them are both ways operations, for example, upstream oil companies like ours, or my alma mater. We are into operations as well as into more projects. So to get more operational area, we have to continuously invest in projects. And this is an ongoing cycle. So you cannot really say, unless you are a turnkey contractor or a LSCK contractor, that
That is what my thing. And we have to, what I dealt with daily, and there are more than 110 projects are there. The way make them to realize that one, these are the details. Because what I found, the attitude I told you, first we should make them, the attitude should be there. Once attitude is there, you have to go to a micro level, macro and micro level planning, so that the leaders should visualize the, see, we cannot expect that when you have made a plan and given to somebody and he say they will do 100% correct. But as a leader, you should see that one, he may not successful, that he may be
from green energy sources. Alongside expansion, NLCIL continues to strengthen sustainability across its thermal power operations. In thermal performance, NLCIL has consistently exceeded expectations. The Barsingsar Thermal Power Station achieved a plant availability factor of 81.90%, surpassing CERC norms. NLCIL's entry into supercritical technology was marked by the successful commissioning of two 660 megawatt units of the Ghatampur Thermal Power Project, placing the company among India's elite supercritical thermal power operators. As a pioneer in renewable energy, NLCIL has made strong investments in solar, wind, and hybrid projects, generating over 2.1 billion units of clean energy and helping avoid nearly 1.8 million tons of CO2 emissions, reinforcing its commitment to a greener India. These achievements are reflected in NLCIL's financial strength. The company's market capitalization has reached 43,000 crore rupees, while capital expenditure has crossed 7,500 crore rupees, highlighting its focus on sustainable growth, infrastructure development, and operational excellence. At
Three-piece manipulators or tele-manipulators from BrahMos Aerospace, Thiruvananthapuram Limited, and systems and hardware for the aerospace, defense and nuclear sectors. TPM systems are manufactured and assembled at climate-controlled production facilities at BrahMos. TPM is a mechanical system in which a slave device mimics the motions of a master device manipulated directly by the operator. TPM is designed to help operators perform tasks remotely in hazardous environment. The TPM system consists of three independent assemblies: a slave arm, remote arm situated inside a hazardous environment, a through-the-wall tube, seal tube, and a master arm, command arm, situated in the cold working area from where the operator will operate. TPM transmits hand and finger movements from the master arm to the remote slave arm. The operator starts by unlocking the all-motion lock in the hand grip assembly, which is used for gripping, grip elevation, grip rotation, etc. Ergonomically fitted micro switches for forwarding rear, up, down, and left-right movement. The assembles are precision engineered and mechanically balanced for free and smooth movements to reduce operator fatigue. The electrical control box is fitted with advanced electronics in a SS304 casing. The movements are transmitted through a set of pulleys connected through stainless steel wires, ropes, tapes, and lead screws. Subsequently, any wrist movements, whether be that of fastening a bolt, uncorking a bottle lid, or any other action, can be replicated onto the slave side by mimicking the same action at the master end.
and for a culture of excellence. The excellence not by accident. It is a process where an individual continuously strives to better oneself. The performance standards are set by themselves. They work on their dreams.
At Ramco, we believe there is no such thing as success in life without hard work. From a humble beginning in 1961 to becoming one of the largest cement manufacturers in the country today, our journey has been one of hard work and persistence. It is a story of the hard-working spirit of the larger Ramco family, from the mining worker to the factory technician, from research scientist to management. Everyone has worked hard to build this legacy.
We have a saying in football, if you have a talented boy who doesn't want to work hard, and if you're a hard-working boy with zero talent, you choose a hard-working boy. Because you know when the fight comes, the guy's going to fight for you 90 minutes.
Hard work is an approach to work where we push ourselves out of our comfort zone and prepare to give our work all our energy like never before. It's the driving force that makes the world go round. The universe is in constant motion, evolving through relentless effort. Nature is working hard every day to maintain ecological balance, and trees are working day and night to give us the air we breathe. Our inspiration comes from these natural forces. Our customers are working hard to make their dream homes. Our dealers work hard to reach the benchmarks they set for themselves. The engineers and architects work hard to improve their craft. And skilled workers work hard to earn respect for the skills they possess.
Today we are introducing a new range of construction products which are dedicated to all of us, the hard workers. These products are stronger, faster, more durable and simpler to use. Years of research and development have gone into creating them. Performance data shows...
Okay, just to move to the videos. I can't see. Huh? Can you switch again just for a second? Yeah. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Check. Check. Test.
over 6 decades, NLC India Limited has stood at the forefront of India's energy journey. What began as a vision to harness lignite for a growing nation has evolved into one of India's leading integrated power companies, driven by excellence, sustainability, and innovation. Over the years, NLCIL has achieved major operational milestones. The company recorded its highest ever coal and lignite production of over 41 million tons and generated more than 29 billion units of electricity, with an increasing share from green energy sources. Alongside expansion, NLCIL continues to strengthen sustainability across its thermal power operations. In thermal performance, NLCIL has consistently exceeded expectations. The Barsingsar Thermal Power Station achieved a plant availability factor of 81.90%, surpassing CERC norms. NLCIL's entry into supercritical technology was marked by the successful commissioning of 2 660 megawatt units of the Ghatampur Thermal Power Project, placing the company among India's elite supercritical thermal power operators. As a pioneer in renewable energy, NLCIL has made strong investments in solar, wind, and hybrid projects, generating over 2.1 billion units of clean energy and helping avoid nearly 1.8 million tons of CO2 emissions, reinforcing its commitment to a greener India. These achievements are reflected in NLCIL's financial strength. The company's market capitalization has reached 43,000 crore rupees, while capital expenditure has crossed 7,500 crore rupees, highlighting its focus on sustainable growth, infrastructure development, and operational excellence. At
Three-piece manipulators or tele-manipulators from Brahmos Aerospace, Thiruvananthapuram Limited, and systems and hardware for the aerospace, defense and nuclear sectors. TPM systems are manufactured and assembled at climate-controlled production facilities at Brahmos. TPM is a mechanical system in which a slave device mimics the motions of a master device manipulated directly by the operator. TPM is designed to help operators perform tasks remotely in hazardous environment. The TPM system consists of 3 independent assemblies: a slave arm, remote arm situated inside a hazardous environment, a through-the-wall tube, seal tube, and a master arm, command arm, situated in the cold working area from where the operator will operate. TPM transmits hand and finger movements from the master arm to the remote slave arm. The operator starts by unlocking the all-motion lock in the hand grip assembly, which is used for gripping, grip elevation, grip rotation, etc. Ergonomically fitted micro switches for forwarding rear, up, down, and left-right movement. The assembles are precision engineered and mechanically balanced for free and smooth movements to reduce operator fatigue. The electrical control box is fitted with advanced electronics in a SS304 casing. The movements are transmitted through a set of pulleys connected through stainless steel wires, ropes, tapes, and lead screws. Subsequently, any wrist movements, whether be that of fastening a bolt, uncorking a bottle lid, or any other action, can be replicated onto the slave side by mimicking the same action at the master end.
Stand for a culture of excellence. The excellence not by accident. It is a process where an individual continuously strives to better oneself. The performance standards are set by themselves. They work on their dreams.
At Ramco, we believe there is no such thing as success in life without hard work. From a humble beginning in 1961 to becoming one of the largest cement manufacturers in the country today, our journey has been one of hard work and persistence. It is a story of the hard-working spirit of the larger Ramco family, from the mining worker to the factory technician, from research scientist to management. Everyone has worked hard to build this legacy.
We have a saying in football, if you have a talented boy who doesn't want to work hard, and if you're a hard-working boy with zero talent, you choose a hard-working boy. Because you know when the fight comes, the guy's going to fight for you 90 minutes.
Hard work is an approach to work where we push ourselves out of our comfort zone and prepare to give our work all our energy like never before. It's the driving force that makes the world go round. The universe is in constant motion, evolving through relentless effort. Nature is working hard every day to maintain ecological balance, and trees are working day and night to give us the air we breathe. Our inspiration comes from these natural forces. Our customers are working hard to make their dream homes. Our dealers work hard to reach the benchmarks they set for themselves. The engineers and architects work hard to improve their craft. And skilled workers work hard to earn respect for the skills they possess.
Check. Test. Check. 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 Test. Check. Check.
tis, chi. Chi, tis, chi.
generating over 2.1 billion units of clean energy and helping avoid nearly 1.8 million tons of CO2 emissions, reinforcing its commitment to a greener India. These achievements are reflected in NLCIL's financial strength. The company's market capitalization has reached 43,000 crore rupees, while capital expenditure has crossed 7,500 crore rupees, highlighting its focus on sustainable growth, infrastructure development, and operational excellence. At
Check. 3Ts manipulators or tele-manipulators.
So good morning to all. There's an announcement. Whoever booked your rooms inside the Radisson and arranged the travel arrangement when you are picked up from the airport here, same, the drop has been arranged. So whoever wanted to go at 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock, you can just register outside at the registration desk. So the vehicle is arranged, so you convey your details so that our people can ease your travel. So again, just an announcement, whoever been staying here and vehicle is arranged for you people, you can just contact Mr. Anthony and Vinod. So they will take care your transportation. That is only for the people, speakers, as well as the members who have been, we have received them. Thank you. Here, surround, sir. That is laptop deputy. No, it is connected backside. Laptop connect.
For over 6 decades, NLC India Limited has stood at the forefront of India's energy journey. What began as a vision to harness lignite for a growing nation has evolved into one of India's For over 6 decades, NLC India Limited has stood at the forefront of India's energy journey. What began as a vision to harness lignite for a growing...
Stop that video. Good morning again. So to continue our proceedings and also the keynote, we have got 2 keynote addresses now. We had yesterday 4, today 5th and 6th.
Nation.
5th here and 6th in the other hall. So we have with us Dr.
For over
Jesus.
6 decades, and
We have with us Dr. Jesus Martino Almela, the founder of the Biographic Projects, Biotech, and the former president of IPMA and the chairman of the COD, Council of Delegates. One of the well-known person in the whole of South America. He has made them members of the IPMA, contributed a lot for the IPMA progress. And he is the pioneer or the main motivator for sustainable development. So he always talks about the SDG goals and then how we can do it. So his marvelous expenditure he would like to share with you. Can I now call upon Dr. Jesus to give the presentation?
If this works or not. It's black. That happens with sustainability. All the people in the planet like to speak about sustainability, but very few ones can explain in a friendly manner what means sustainability in the hair. Okay, I will try to share something. Doesn't work. So that happens usually every day in the project, right? So we have a magnificent plan and something happens that doesn't work and we need the plan B. No, outside. Okay. Yeah. So let's start and good morning once again. Are you awake and refill it after the nice tea? Okay. So then I will try to explain something. To me, it's really many times a worry when I don't understand things. So when the people try to communicate with me something that I need to make a huge effort to decode the message. We call the noise in communication. So I would like to share with you, this is about me. By vocation, I am an agricultural engineer. I know that over there is an association or a federation for green engineers, Green India Engineers. So welcome regarding that. But I start as entrepreneur, owning my companies, and during a certain period of times, working with my patents for the sustainability, especially in food production, animal and vegetable production, when you hopefully still is not too much sustainable, and we need to feed 8 billion people in the air. It's the most pollutant sector after transportation. In parallel, I built my life with IPMA in my national association. I was born in Spain, in the eastern coast, north of Valencia, in between Valencia and Barcelona. Still I am heading the Spanish certification body for a longer period of time, 21 years. And in IPMA, I start as humble project manager, and I passed through different positions. And currently, as in my previous intervention, I comment, my responsibility today is to assure compliance and to raise the quality for the IPMA certifications worldwide. So, and this is a challenging responsibility, accountability, because it's about the sustainability of IPMA as such, addressing the quality of the certification. Looking to make more understandable my message, I would like to share 3 key messages with you. Want to explain a little bit about my world, what I did about it, managing projects, making contributions for the sustainability. During that period of time, obviously GDS, EDS, CRS was never exist, was not any kind of indicator to that. Second message, and I would like to be really respectful, but by nature I am very criticism. I don't like to say, oh yes, fine, I agree. I would like to clarify something regarding the acronym means. What means SGD, SSG, CRS? And the last part is about don't be fooled. So knowledge without competence means shipwreck. And this is a permanent message that we are sharing yesterday and today. And we will wrap up something. Yeah? So first, let me share something regarding my role, about my projects, my organization, my company. Believe me or not, I am the guy under the yellow arrow. I was Haiti at the time, okay, 32 years ago. And this was a project complex with people from Japan, people from Spain, working in a period of, it's called the Bible Belt in the eastern coast of the United States. Yeah? And the project was to demonstrate the environmental superior technology project demonstration. So APCM projects, building, operating, transferring, waste treatment, different kind of waste treatment with a really complex environment. Beside of these three cultures, many stakeholders, including the general attorney of this state, who was the boss, was the main sponsor, the general attorney of North Carolina. And the mess with this one, it's about how to remove 3,000 lagoons who contain liquid manure. And then we managed 99 technologies, and only one was certified as environmental superior technology after 9 years. And this was the technology of my company, and we also generate a new patent of invention. The transcendence to keep the real data. At the times we works with a set of universities. You have several ones. And the main challenge from animal production is the ammonia. No? The ammonia, in terms of G moles, are remaining 230 years in the atmosphere. So, and the ammonia evaporates, and other one lixiviates as nitrates and strike the lagoons. So after collecting the situation, we designed different stages looking to verify the database of the technologies, cost modeling, and the predictive cost, because this was a demonstration, and with the findings, with the results, we need to build new technologies. You know? And then we try to export that one to generate scenarios regarding different technologies, different waste management, impacts in the environmental, benefits of the assessment, and to create different models. Yeah? The second project that I would like to share with you is, no, it's the previous one. Yeah. It's the call it LEADER project. LEADER is not a question of leadership. LEADER is an acronym that the European Commission, the Agency for European Cooperation, use looking to help communities for rural development. And this was also a really complex project in different states in Mexico with many native communities. Mexico, theoretically, the official language is the Spanish. We understand each other, but we don't think like each other. And inside of Mexico, you can find 72 nations with 72 different languages. Many of those don't speak Spanish. So it was an additional challenge. And then we need to deliver
food and feed grade. So to produce and to change the mind of the people that during centuries were habituated to work as they work. Yeah? The main contribution of this project was to change the approach. You know, the maize, the corn leaves is basic in this culture. You know, it's called tamal. And with the tamal, with the leaf, those produce cook a lot of things. You know? So how to generate value for that? So don't selling. So you must generate more value. At that moment, we are talking about 25 years ago, we introduced the vacuum in the communities, making possible more healthy, more safe, obviously more truthful. And in parallel, more projects born because the woman was historically also behind of the production, and we today call circular economy. Okay? The excess of these leaves are dried and prepared for hand grass made by the women in rural development. And the third one is this project made in Europe, complex and complicated at the same time, because enhance 8 nations in Europe: UK, France, Spain, Germany, Italy, Greece, Romania, and Hungary. Also, different cultures approaching another challenge, because small rural areas. So the large budget in Europe is made by agriculture. So it takes the 60% of the total budget in the European Union. And the challenge is that no one would like to stay in the rural areas. So we develop, under this project called Intelligent Energy to Europe, we create a framework looking to evaluate how the singular projects contribute not only for energy savings and renewable energy generation. Also, looking to compare, to make benchmarking in between those municipalities in the different 8 countries. So, for those of you who knows something about the statistics, the SATI, hierarchical decision framework, that we use, making, and at that time, was not artificial intelligence, was not nothing available for that. So we used Excels. You know? And the Excels allows in real time to report and to assess the specific objectives, the specific goals regarding energy savings, energy generation, stay the people in the place, that no immigration to the cities. Okay? So I think that this allows me now to clarify in a very critical manner the meaning of SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, who are something different from the SAG, are 2 phases for the same goal. We, the humanity, we spent practically 30 years. 30 years is the half part of the life of one person in the earth. And start in 2000 with this After Brundtland report, we can end the poverty by 2015. We don't end the poverty in 2015, but someone invent and rebuild the initiative and create the Sustainable Development Goals, who are fine, it's nice, but can imagine you to play cricket without a strike, or to play football without a ball? How we can achieve the goals? After 30 years, the contribution to make something feasible, sustainable, was this approach, grouping the different goals as SG. So the scope was more corporate, making feasible that the organizations, any organization can contribute really, but During all this period of times, ISO also contribute with a lot of standards. But instead to contribute for the application, contribute for the confusion. So you have all the quality systems descriptions that you like. Also, the most recently is the social responsibility, ISO 26000, who state 7 core subjects. Fine. And what else? What is the contribution from that one to the progress? We are missioning something relevant. No? So take your camera, take the picture, and download for free this Seeking Synergy Solutions. It's still warm, it's 1 year. And there you can find trillions of bytes of information, integrating climate with the knowledge, seeking synergy solutions, seeking policies to support both climate and SDG actions, new financials addressing the enabling for climate change, and seeking synergies in between cities and climate change. And have a look to the logos. It's relevant institutions working on that. If you have a look there, you need time, it's full of fantastic data collection, supporting policymakers, understanding economic synergies, making knowledge links and gaps. And in all this information, you will not find one single reference to projects. Is no one indication to projects, once again, how we can play cricket without strike, or play football without ball, how you can achieve these goals. It's just impossible mission. Just keeping SDGs, SGS, you will never find nothing. And it still is a little bit more offensive, because every year, the World Economic Forum state the global risk report with the main risk 2-year sight and 10-year sight. And if you compare, don't fit. So who is managing that one? No? And who is managing that one? No one, because still, in a large part of our organizations, it's not a project culture. And the project culture must drive governance for a sustainable world. If we have not culture about projects and project management, will never happen. Yesterday, Dr. Wagner shows you the same slide. The question is how we, in any kind of organization at corporate level, we can align the strategic corporate with the project portfolio strategy and then to manage that one. So we need this project portfolio, managing programs, making possible successful projects. And you need to not to reinvent the wheel. This morning, Laura, brilliant presentation, exposed the different parts of IPMA tools, books, and many things. So we love to identify this one like IPMA ecosystem. So you have your own reference, the ICB, stating individual competence. But also you need to improve how to work with others. It's the project excellence, and how to convert this one in something who can be an heritage, a legacy in the organization. And this is the OCB, the Delta certification, who provide many information how you can compare and make many things. We don't have time to go to the 4 standard, who is addressed for research, research audit. It's another standard who get evidences for competences in research. Also, Laura shows you, looking for sustainability, looking for those of you who try to apply the goals for SDG, we have this extension for the ACB. And we have a tool, call it WISE, who can show you the presence, the positive impact, the negative impact, the non-impact. And with the reference guide, you can work in a more pragmatical and friendly manner how you can go deeper looking to achieve some contribution to the global world. But it is not enough, because this is about singular individuals. Pay special attention to the content of the project excellence, because it's divided in these three magic areas. It's about people and purpose. Yes, for sure, people and purposes need processes and need resources. And the most important is to assess what is the contribution of the project, in that case, to the sustainability. Yeah? And finally, once again, this 316 degrees evaluation assessment, who assess you in your context, in your culture, in your values, how you can combine this one. And yesterday, also, we saw, we heard Mr. Motupali, the CEO from NLC, who present a reality based in that one. Yeah? But before to go to the conclusion, I would like also to invite you to make your own change. Projects for change yourself. If you don't change yourself, no one will believe in you. You need to demonstrate many things. Behind authority, behind the management, improve your leadership, improve your competence. The theory of change also fails many times because this so-called missing middle, so the change mechanism are not based in single programs of projects. So, and the program will help you to your projects looking to generate the value that you are looking to achieve the sustainable development goals. And then just trying to wrap up and some reflections I would like to share with you two, I don't know how many of you are aware about the meaning of agnotology. It's the making and unmaking of ignorance. This was coined by Professor Proctor from Stanford University in the 2008, who stated the willful ignorance in contrast with the epistemology, the study of the knowledge, but focusing in how the knowledge is destroyed or is prevented from being produced. And today we are suffering that. And many times, one excellent prompt made for artificial intelligence can generate agnotology. And the second one is this psychological phenomenon. You know the effect, Dunning-Kruger effect. This is a gentleman named MacArthur Wheeler, was a thief of banker. And in Cincinnati, he, in one day, in the morning, he robbed 2 times the bank. And obviously, the police picked up him. And he was absolutely upset. So why you identify me as thief? I was absolutely inked with lemon juice. So he believed that the lemon juice make it invisible. Okay? So pay attention. The information is not communication, and you need to assure the data. So the psychological phenomenon today, when this kind of things happens, usually a couple of professors from university comes to the field and try to understand what it happens. This Dunning and the Professor Kruger, Dunning-Kruger and Justin David Dunning and Justin Kruger, to research the phenomenon. Yeah? So the definition is that the effect describes a cognitive bias where the people with a limited knowledge and or competence is in a domain greatly overestimate. I know. You don't explain to me, and you have no clue, because you read something in Wikipedia. You know? So the mechanism is a lacking of competence that fail to recognize your own lack of skills, leading or inflating the self-assessment. And this is also quite relevant addressing people in projects. So how we can state something that we can apply in a daily basis. The first one is to enable the change in 3 levels. The first one is at the strategical level, aligning the project portfolio with the corporate strategy. Second level is about tactics, so generating value through programs. And the third level is operational, is executing and commissioning the project successfully. But also, again, please always think critically. Listen twice, think 3 times, speak only one, and act. Make that possible things happen. Verify the metadata. Use the artificial intelligence to your advantage and not for the another way around. And the most important, if you surround yourself with stars, you will shine. And if you surround yourself with mud, you will get muddy. No? And finally, be careful with the use of the language and optimize your communication. Who is not documentation, who is not information, is something different. Don't misleading the terms. So SDG, ASG, and CRS can be combined in a wide manner, but ever using projects and managing the projects. Communication goes far for the information, and the knowledge in the era of artificial intelligence is not enough. The difference is competent people with abilities and skills making possible the right application of the knowledge for individuals, for organizations, for projects, and for teams. And please be careful with lemon juice, okay? So it's really dangerous. So have fun, be glad, and happy projects. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Veljico, the president from Bexel Consultant. So may I request Pillai sir to felicitate him. Felicitations.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation, Mr. Jesus. We have heard you, and we are really thrilled to see the way you have presented the change, management of change. As the world is changing, we should adapt ourselves, and the solution has to be given by IPMA. And we will honor all the views we have told. So we will think, not only will think again to do good things. So I will request Mr. Razdan, our patron of the PMA India, to honor Mr. Jesus. Now we have two parallel sessions. In hall 2, we are going to have Mr. Roberto Mori as the chairperson to conduct the new things, innovations, which have been implemented in manufacturing. The speakers are going to be the very veteran in manufacturing, Anand Louis, and he is the MD of International Research Institute for Manufacturing. And we'll be having another vice president who has introduced HRP business management system from Ramco, and Mr. Venkatraju, the MD of WEM Technologies, who is working on the advanced manufacturing to realize the medium combat aircraft. And we have Mr. Ramesh to join. So this will be in hall 2. I suggest this is related to more on the manufacturing. I request some of you to go to hall 2 so that there will be a proper audience for them to talk. And this hall, we are going to have the veteran speaker, Mr. Velichko. Velichko is here? Yes, Mr. Velichko, John Kitch. He is the president of the Bexel Consulting, one of the authorities of project management implementation. So he is going to talk about rethinking project management in the age of data and AI. He is expert in the construction engineering. He is an authority of BIM. So we are going to have a wonderful session with him. So can I call upon Mr. Velichko to take the dais?
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. So first of all, Dr. Pillai, thank you very much for the invitation and for amazing work you did here in India, but also help us to drive successful project management all over the world. It's amazing to see a lot of friends here. So Mladen, Laura, Reinhard, Jesus, Vladimir. So really great to be here with a lot of friends, and I always love being here in India and really enjoying being here today with you. So I'm going to talk about data and AI and how data and why data is important, and how with the good data and single source of truth concepts, AI can really help you to digitalize and automate project management process and, of course, achieve excellent results at the end. So I will begin with smart and safe data management and why this is important. So here are the ingredients we have in a construction management, but I will say also in general in project management. So we need to have a data-driven project management. We need to have AI insights. We need to have business intelligence. We need to have a lot of automation. So now with the age of AI, we forgot how automation is crucial and important. We need to have information management, and at the end we need to have a document management. It has to be integrated in order to achieve successful results. And you know all very well this diagram, but I purposefully put below trust. And just to give you a few numbers, a couple of years ago when huge research was done, the value of trust globally is 37 trillion US dollars per year just because we trust each other or trust the data. And if not, we are losing money because of that. Projects could be 4 times faster if we trust each other. Employees could be much more satisfied if there is a trust between different stakeholders and people. And that's very important. So not just to have a data, but to have trustworthy data and traceability allow you to trace the source of this data and verify if they are accurate. Otherwise, we are going to spend huge amount of money. So just give you a perspective, 37 is the value, and now this year we are celebrating, as a Bexel, my company is celebrating 1 trillion. So entire our business is 1 trillion projects, and the value per year is 37 trillion just for trust. So this is maybe a bit more related to a construction. So there are 3 layers. So 2D and fragmented construction was in the beginning. Then we have a BIM and digital construction. And today I'm also going to talk about AI and data-driven construction. So we moved from a very limited visibility to the model based on a single project. And now I'm going to talk a lot about portfolio, and I really like that you emphasize this in your previous presentation. So why portfolio is important and what it brings to us as a project managers. So another concept, as I said, and very important, is single source of truth. And how we know we are talking about single source of truth and not different silos. If we change information somewhere, for example, if I change design of the project, if cost is going to be automatically changed, if the construction schedule is going to be automatically changed, if new safety issues are going to be automatically raised, then we are talking about single source of truth. If everything will stay in separate data silos, we are going to have a lot of contradictory data, and then your AI will not help you, but on the other side, unfortunately, confuse you, because you have 3 different, not consistent cash flows. And when you ask AI what are going to be cost next month, he will simply tell you a lie or give you a wrong information. That's why it's crucial to have single source of truth and use single source of truth, very well organized data, and then AI can really help you a lot. So this is the idea, so to have a single source of truth, and it's very difficult, but on the other side, when you establish the system, it brings you tremendous benefits. The idea, what I'm going to talk to you about in this presentation, is when you integrate all information from totally different sources, and you will see that we have a huge amount from sensor data, photos, LiDARs, BIM models, costs, schedule, number of other data sources, integrate in an AI engine, we call it Bexel Copilot. The system can understand, connect information, make predictions and recommendations, and at the end, automatically generates some dashboards, BI, which directly help us to deliver, successfully to manage the projects. What is also very important, with all data, AI, and other things, that the client who use technology must be 100% owner of all data, and zero data will be shared by anyone else if he specifically does not allow this. In Europe, we have a huge discussion now in Brussels about this, and this should be a standard. So all data produced by your company on all your projects should remain only and 100% controlled by you, and nobody can train their systems. And with machine learning and all other stuff, without your specific permission. Unfortunately, today, there is a lot of misusage of the data, and you are all very aware about that. So data has to be stored again wherever you want. So if you are a country, you want to store data on your premises. If you are a city, you want to store data on your premises. If you are ministry, you want to store data on your premises. Or at least that you can decide where data is. So you don't necessarily have to be directly on premises of your municipality, but maybe city or region can allow you and give you infrastructure, but data has to be wherever you want. And never transfer anyone outside your control, because this gives you a 100% data security, and you know that nobody will misuse your data. Because if you have this single source of truth, sensitivity of stealing information from someone starts to tremendously increase. And that's why this is really very important. What is also very important to be aware that every technology in certain cases has to be connected with the other tools in an efficient way, because we cannot, there is no single technology which can solve all the problems. So you need to easily connect data with other sources, and all platforms and technologies should be able to do that. What is another benefit if it's in a secured environment? Just give you a simple use case. You ask any question your AI agent or solution, and answers are directly based on the data you have access to, and information and documents. So if in Bexel I give you additional access rights, and you ask a second time the question, the answers are going to immediately be improved, because now you have access to certain data. Or contrary, if you don't have access to certain information or project, simply system will tell you, I don't know, because data is not accessible to you. What is also very important when you have this type of system, like what we are doing in Bexel, you have a traceability. It was not mentioned too much time in this conference, but I believe you are aware that we have a lot of hallucinations in AI, because the AI agents are trained to give you the answer, even if they don't know, just to impress you. And then you cannot trust this data too much. What we have, and I'll show you this, Bexel, there is a traceability. So whenever you ask any question, you can have a reference, automatically documents, which shows you from where this information is generated, or see the data which are used in order to generate you the answer. So you can trust the data. And then, of course, even with your feedback, the accuracy and everything could be better. But traceability and ability to see from where your answer is generated tremendously help in the trust of any AI system you are using. And now just a bit about difference AI and automation. So this slide is very important if you want to understand when to use automation and what are the benefits of automation, and on contrary, where to use AI. So believe it or not, you should not always use AI. There are a number of brilliant things done with automation, and we should continue having this for ages in the future. We should never only have AI, because AI is natively not the most optimal way. If you have for example, to calculate critical path in a Gantt chart, or float, or earned value analysis, you should not use AI, because there is a clear algorithm, very optimal and accurate, which is trustworthy, and you should always use this. Never AI in this example. On the other side, if you have document management systems and so on, AI could help you a lot. But you need to know when to use automation, and when AI, and how to combine this. And these are some examples in some of our standard workflows that you can see that literally we have sometimes suggest and our systems automatically use AI, on other side sometimes do analytical automation. And here are some of the workflows which specifically are designed for construction, but our solutions are in general very useful for overall project management, not related to construction only. And so now I will switch to a part related how communication, if we store data in a proper way, can also be used in successful project management. So the goal ultimate is that all users have access based on their role in the company, access rights, access to a certain project, have access to the data, and see a tailored analytics and dashboards just related to their work. So they don't need to know everything in a system, but each of them contribute to a successful solution. So this is example, what are the benefits if I'm the owner or investor, so I'm primarily interested to see executive dashboards on portfolio, program, or project level. In order to have a successful, specifically now for construction industry, you need to have plethora of data and information in a single ecosystem. So in this case, you see how Google Earth data, GIS data, and all other data sources are combined with BIM, Building Information Modeling data, in a single source of truth. So basically now, if I run this video, you see how the building is here, but neighboring area is coming from Google Earth data and GIS data. And a system in extremely intelligent way decide what I'm looking at this moment. And he in live shows me in an unprecedented level of detail only the elements I'm looking now at. And because of this intelligence, I can look from the top level, see entire city, but then when I move to a certain location, I see extremely detailed elements. How this is achieved? Because system recognize where I am at and how far I am from the certain object or element. And based on that, system will decide if certain valves, pipes, shears are gonna be loaded or not. So this gives you a full flexibility, but on the other side, extremely high level of performance. So you don't need to wait for ages until data is loaded. And you can literally now, if you're managing all your projects in a city, fly over from one to another and have feeling that what is happening and so on. So if you theoretically zoom out, you will see entire Earth. And this is again, as you can see, performances are there and you can manage the project. The next thing is to add 360 photos. So you would like to see, although this BIM model looks very nice and maybe it's accurate, you see on the right-hand side, this is reality. So by seeing reality, and then you can choose from which date these 360 photos are taken, and you can see and understand why certain things were not possible or how to do certain things. You can also notice number of safety issues, quality issues, and so on. So this ability gives you a real feeling of control, although you are maybe far, far away from a project, and this gives opportunity to project managers, not necessarily that they go every day on a site and they still have a great control. Another example is point cloud integration. So it's very accurate, sometimes require more data, but in this, for example, situation, you have a point cloud and the BIM model superposed. And the system, by using AI, this is one of AI implementation, gives you with a certain level of accuracy what is built properly, what is built but not as it was planned and what was not built at all. So by having these systems and automation, you can track the progress and check the quality of the executed works on, let's say, much faster way than it was done traditionally. What is also very important, system knows what are anticipated works and put a priority in AI system in Bexel to the works which are expected to be done. So he's using image processing, he's using point cloud processing, but also combine this with Gantt charts and construction schedules. So now, just to show you some examples of automation, business intelligence, and at the end, how AI help us in this. So this is a case study with automation. So basically, there is a 3D model of football stadiums, and you will see how the system automatically, by combining automation and AI, do a tremendous job for us. So these are, of course, you always need to have reusable knowledge and define and configure system that he knows what he has to do. And in this case, this is a case for football stadiums. System automatically analyze the model and data, define relationships, or basically use the templates from a previous stadiums. And by using this knowledge, system automatically generates a huge amount of data. This example is interesting for me. This was 10 years ago, our first project with L&T. It was in Qatar for World Cup in Qatar, and now this was official beginning of our now long-term collaboration. We have amazing projects in collaboration with the L&T here in India and also worldwide. So the system allows you to automatically generate simulations, but they are fully resource-loaded, data-rich, and have, in this case, that is the football stadium in Qatar on the top right side. For example, it contained more than 80,000 tasks and huge amount of relationships and so on. But the last one you see here in bottom is actually one of the football stadiums for the World Cup in Riyadh, which will happen in 6 years. But as you can see, now the progress on stadiums is already great, and basically the other stadiums are also from World Cups. So now what you can do also with AI, system can automatically superpose GIS data and with, let's say in this case, gaming engines, produce something which looks very real and help, I would say, especially governments and public officials to communicate with people and showcase to them how we are going to build or where we are at the moment and so on. And as you can see, it's very detailed, and good thing is, of course, it's produced automatically. There is another example with Expo new project which will happen next year in Belgrade. So you can see how everything is shown here. Timeliner is above, and on the left hand side you can see percentage of completeness for each zone, and of course you can drill down, and these are some of the benefits which are brought by automation and AI. So I will move forward and now talk about business intelligence and analytics. So as it was said a number of times, you can have on portfolio, program, or project level data, and here are some examples of the dashboards which are produced in, let's say in this case, in Bexel BI Analytics ecosystem, and you will see that some of the projects where you see the model, they are on the project level. If you don't see a model, but the map, they are usually on a portfolio or program level. And I'll show you different examples of this. So I will now just want to show you in a small video what is single source of truth in practice. So just to move forward, so these are some examples of dashboards, but in this example, you see how someone who is on site checks all information. So by just highlighting a few tasks below, he immediately see the elements related to these tasks, in this case, one floor. Then what can see above is a tag planning or pool planning system in Excel, and then by filtering just one apartment, he see a bill of quantities for cost estimate just for that apartment. And when he goes and move left and right, below or above, you can see that quantities are matched with the elements there. What is also important, for example, now he shows you a documents, safety issues or last approved documents related just to that apartment, not to entire system. And last but not least, there are a number of other use cases of what are safety issues, what are quality issues, but also, for example, the clashes. I see that when I'm considering the works for the next week, I know that some pipes are still going to go through some walls, and I should be aware of that. So all these things dedicated just the work to the works I have to execute next week. And when you have that system, and system allows you also to track the progress by using mobile or let's say point clouds, you automatically create this type of dashboards. So basically now government officials are able on a daily or weekly basis to not just see just the model or photo what is done, but also by using Gantt charts or planned versus actual analytics, automatically see huge amount of information. And what is different comparing to a traditional PDF documents? Because now if you are manager, you can easily isolate any of this data and highlight to the things you find very interesting in these reports. And especially top managers and officials and owners are really happy with the fact that now they finally know what's happening, where delays, where the issues, and they have a true project control across one single project, but also across all portfolios. So these are examples with the, let's say, portfolio analytics. So in this case, 140 projects for one huge client, general contractor in US, is generated almost automatically, and in their headquarters, they have huge panels where top managers can always see what's happening, where delays, where the issues, what is the expected value at the end of the project, and then when they are interested, they can drill down to a specific dashboard and find out more details and reasons. What is another benefit? This is done in real time. Because if I see these dashboards in a month, value is very low because I have lost the opportunity to improve certain things and optimize that. So these are analytics on a portfolio level, but then if I want to analyze the things just on a specific project, select and see planned versus actual, workforce, cash flow, and all other details. So I know with more details what are the reasons for certain delays. This is also very interesting. To manage manpower across all your projects in a city or region helps you to optimize resources. And if I remember also, Mr. Reinhardt mentioned this in his presentation, that's the ultimate goal. So to optimize resources, not just on a project, but also on a portfolio or program level. So, okay, I will skip this so you can have a full interactivity. See, and then in Kentucky, they're doing a very poor planning, but on contrary, you can see in some countries, they are doing excellent planning. That's an interesting fact that even in a single company, different planners and different project managers do with a highly different quality of information. So these are some of other interactive dashboards. For example, you connect a real estate application with in a Bexel ecosystem, see which apartments are rented and not, and he combines data from two data sources. Or this is on left-hand side, it's SAP ERP solution, on right-hand side, Bexel. So you can combine the data from different data sources. Or this is IoT, so temperatures are connected with the rooms and spaces in the project. These are payments or whatever you want, basically is combined automatically. This is an example of infrastructure projects with linear charts. And now I will finish with how AI help us when we have all this, what AI brings us. So talk to your data. One very simple example is that you can ask any question, and based on your access rights, system will generate you the answers, but also below show a reference to documents which are used in the answer. So you don't not just see the documents automatically, but also they will mention the data from 46th page is used in order to generate this information. So you can verify and trust your data, because if you have AI which is not in your system, you are not sure if the data is true or not. The same goes with another application where whenever you see some information, you can say, show me where certain activities has to be implemented in the model, and I immediately know that for certain walls I have to use a certain way of installation or finish layer and so on. So you can combine the information from different data sources and AI responds in the same way. Another very important, I'm finalizing with this, things which are very interesting, that a system based on your questions can automatically generate full dashboards for you. So although it's not very difficult to create dashboard by yourself, with automation, it's spread across much larger number of users who are not BI analysts and not experts in data management. And for them, create these dashboards is very difficult. So in this case, AI system not just show us the dashboards based on our questions, but also gave us very insightful information, how fast I need, how my performance has to be improved in order to meet some milestones. And he just, with the different colors, show different elements. So certain elements has to be built with the same pace, but on the other side, they are the elements where speed has to be doubled or tripled in order to meet a milestone. Let's say the structural works are going to be finished on time. So can we do that manually? Sure. But how much time and efforts we need to do that? A lot. So there where automation help us tremendously. And last but not least, these dashboards are not necessarily standardized. So basically, system based on the current situation will automatically highlight to you the information which is at that time relevant for you. So for example, if there are some huge losses somewhere, he will highlight this in your home page. Or if there are some safety incidents, he will highlight this information. So automatically recognize what is important and generate analytics based on the current data and project statuses. So you don't need even to manually do that, system recognize this. And so here are some examples. He highlighted that the progress before was very low in one data center, and we need to tremendously increase productivity in order to meet milestones. Or these are some clashes, or this is that the progress is not as expected, so system knows what is important. And I will finish again with this slide and show you how it looks like in reality. So you log in, see executive summary information, because we are not always capable to read dashboards. So sometimes it helps that the system gives you a comments based on the data available. He gives you a proposed additional dashboards if you want to learn more, and not just that, at the end gives you below recommendations, what system suggests you to do as a project manager in the future. So thank you very much for your attention.
had just now, the data and AI, how it's making a revolution. And, it's a very, very interesting. And there, construction point of view, there's going to be a big advantage. It talked about nearly 25% of cost saving, and the construction time also is saved. So I think there should be a lot of questions on this.
Thank you for this wonderful presentation. I was just inquisitive about the accuracy of the AI prediction, model prediction.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Accuracy of the model prediction. Were I to do it manually, which is I think the gold standard, and how much with this?
You mean how accurate this is?
Yeah.
I would suggest here to talk with, to go to the Chennai if you can and talk with L&T in their headquarters, and you can see a tremendously detailed analytics and dashboards they have across almost all of their projects now. So, of course, certain quality control process has to be done, but then since you have this traceability, accuracy is really high. And you can basically, for example, see what they are doing. They have a number of these dashboards, but what helps them to trust the information, as I said, is they can drill down and see where data comes from. So it's not just, it's a 100 million project, but they can drill down up to the single wall and see how this data or number is generated. This helps a lot. So it's fully achievable, not a rocket science. You just need to follow, like with every other standard process, quality checks, and more or less that's it. For example, I just mentioned them, there are a number of other excellent companies, but I'm always impressed when I sit down with them and work with them, how highly, just to tell you, one of the airports here my colleagues also from company, I think Bangalore, if I'm correct, what I saw this Tuesday was the most detailed BIM 3D model I saw in my life. And I saw maybe 10,000 BIM models for sure, from all over the world. So I was really, truly amazed with what I saw, unbelievable level of detail, and literally you have a feeling you are at the airport, which is not yet built. So that's the level of detail you have. So that's amazing what is done here in India.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon. It's one of the most comprehensive presentation on how AI can be seamlessly integrated into project management, which I have seen. The question is that you have integrated a lot of tools while making this comprehensive thing. How did you ensure the interoperability of the data between the tools to give it as an overall output like this?
Excellent question. You should develop majority of the tools or almost everything by yourself. And honestly speaking, that's a huge value, because this allows us to optimize, because our software development teams work for the last 20 years together. We are just buying some small components, but never tools. Because that's what you rightly said, you have a different data silos. It's almost impossible to integrate data and to have single source of truth. So you have to work hard, and your teams have to do a majority of work.
Good morning, sir.
Yes.
Thanks for such a nice presentation. Actually, in our company, we are going through a phase of extensive project construction. And one issue we face is this extraction of data, okay? As you already said that my model is as good as my data. So is there any improvisation or innovation in extraction of data? Because ultimately it has to be punched somewhere. And does it have to be done manually, or it can be extracted from images, whatever resources we have? What are the options to extract data? Because if my data is not trustworthy, my model will also not be trustworthy.
Yes, sure. Thank you for your question. So basically, first of all, automation helps a lot. So what I presented in terms of these Gantt charts and night simulations. So if you do generate this data manually in, let's say, P6, It's possible, but it will take you a year, and I'm talking about you need a team of 4 or 5 planners and cost professionals to do that. And is it possible? Yes. Is it realistic to be achieved on site? No. I can tell you 99.5% of all schedules I saw in my life are not resource loaded and do not have a proper relationship. So automation helps a lot to generate automatically a huge amount of data. Then what you need to do is to develop tools like I show here, which can automatically recognize the information by using images, photos, leader data, and so on. And last but not least, because I can tell you it's not 100% achievable, you need also to have a lot of applications which are on mobile. So allow you, or tablet, so allow user to, in a very simple way, track the progress or notice issues and so on. So you should not bring always laptops to the site because it's not feasible. So you need to simplify the process as much as you can, and then data will be entered in a proper way, and you can achieve this. So it has to be very simple. So data entries has to be extremely simple.
Thank you.
So during the presentation, at one point, you specified if you are estimating the critical path.
Sorry?
If you are estimating the critical path,
yes,
there are well-deterministic algorithms are available. There no need to use the AI. But I feel if it is like a static conditions, that algorithms will work well. But if any conditions are changing, if it is a dynamic scenario, then it's better to use AI where the predictions are more closer. So every location, I think we can try to implement the AI.
I don't know if I understood you correctly. Just give you, maybe it's just AI and schedules. So let's say there is a theory, I can upload my 1,000 schedules in the past, and system will give me the optimal solution for the next one. Honestly, since 99.5% of these schedules are not optimal ones, don't want to use other words, there are professional ways how you can check the quality of schedules. AI is not intelligent. He basically used what you gave them. So basically, it's very difficult to expect that the new schedules are going to be excellent if you rely only on AI. So that's why you need to have automation. Just to give you a simple example, if I ask you how much is 2 plus 3, answer is always 5. And with AI, sometimes they will say, okay, most likely is 5, but could be 4 or 6. No, it's always 5. And then automation should be used. So for certain things, for critical path or resource loading, there are optimal algorithms already developed. You should never use AI for this because it's much, much faster and more reliable and under full your control if you use automation. On number of other things, definitely AI has to be used.
But the present agentic workflows with AI.
Sorry?
Agentic workflows. So agents are introduced now, which
Yes.
are more intelligent and thinking like humans. So that is bringing out change in the automation and workflows. So if you take discriminative AI, whatever you said is correct. But as it is changing now, entering into the agentic AI era, so it has become more intelligent. It even can check the things, schedules, and correct it back again. That's a level of AI presently, it has grown.
Sorry, I couldn't hear every word you said, but definitely just yeah, if you can, maybe help.
You can talk to him during the lunchtime because it's a closed discussion. It's required.
Yeah.
Any other question? Please ask. This is an opportunity for you to understand how data and AI is helping. Please ask more questions. We have time.
Hello.
Anyone else?
Hi. Very simple question, sir.
Okay, please ask.
I'm from Indian Oil Corporation Limited. So do you have a use case for any oil and gas projects where this can be utilized?
Oil and gas, you mean?
Yeah, because we generally use smart plant 3D models.
Yeah.
So that can be integrated, and that Bexel port can be integrated with this and can be useful for monitoring of the projects.
Excellent questions. Yes, we have a lot of, now this market is growing, and to be honest, if you ask me 5 years ago, as you know, oil and gas projects, actually a lot of employees in Bexel India comes from oil and gas industry. So we worked a lot to solve number of issues, especially the biggest challenge was the huge models and huge amount of data. And if you ask me 5 years ago, it was challenging, but now we have, I've just one example, Repsol, largest oil and gas company in Spain and one of the largest in the world, is our enterprise client. So they are using this. So they are in the Middle East, a lot of companies using Bexel. So yes, sure, from smart plant, there is a straightforward workflow to import data in Bexel and do further analysis.
I have a question.
Yes.
I'm Dr. Gomadnagam. I am a trainer for IPMA, a long time. So in IPMA, competence are trained at the basics. Okay, we don't even train the primeware or any software that's used for management. Number one. Number two, now if you think of agentic AI, even your domains have changed. Responsible AI, everything has come in. Every manager, agentic AI is a manager, like construction manager, purchase manager, contracts manager, and overall macro manager. And you are saying Google Earth, all those things have to be integrated. Is it going to be too costly to use a Bexel system? Because even a 14-day free window to develop a workflow, N8N or something, agentic AI, is very difficult. If you want to subscribe for everything, the AI cost, built-in cost is going to be enormous. And you are saying different platforms from different domains to be integrated, and you are giving a single platform. Is it going to be too costly to a mega project management with your system than to manage with the normal systems?
Excellent questions. Honestly, you need to try hard. First of all, you must lower at maximum pace all your possible costs. Not increase, but of course, try to give your best to lower it, because otherwise it won't be adopted. So just to give you an example, just compare Bexel with other tools, and or ask our big clients here, and they can give you a comparison. But just to give you out, since you ask Google Earth or any AI processing, you're not, in Bexel everything is included, so you don't pay any extra because of that. And we honestly believe it's fair. And just to tell you, even AI, we so optimized, and then you are not paying for any processing of your documents. And because we did things internally and optimize them in the best way. Thank you for pointing out this. Honestly speaking, having the technologies, even if they are best ones, if they are very expensive, will not help our industry. So we must understand the market and try and give our best to optimize our costs and costs to our clients.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, I'm Praveen Tandon from DRDO, and globally we are talking about the use of AI, and the input for AI is whose data. Data may be noisy. How we ensure that the output of AI is perfectly correct to use it? How to validate the AI output?
As I said, data used from single source of truth is the optimal solution. If data comes from a single source of truth, then you are on a safe side. Of course, if you put 1,000 of inconsistent documents, AI cannot help you. So you need to, and AI agents can help you to clean the data, but basically, ultimately, the solution is that data has to be organized in a very well-designed databases and should come from single source of truth. If you put 5,000, 10,000 documents not correlated, and expect that AI will help you. It won't, or will help you, but only up to a certain degree. So you need to know very well your data and control the quality of the data. And that's what will bring the best results. But this automation and single source of truth things helps a lot, ensuring consistency.
Even though we can say that the source of data is a single, but generally at the practice, how to validate any system. So is anything we have to use to validate using the AI once again?
If I understood you correctly, is there a way how to verify the quality of the data?
Using the AI.
Yes, sure, it is. And maybe I haven't emphasized this, but in the dashboards, you will see the system automatically highlights you to inconsistencies and other things. So it can help. I don't want to say it's a magic wand. Of course, if that data is very bad, it won't help you a lot, but if you already have a decent data, then the system can detect these inconsistencies and help you to clear them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more question? So we thank you so much for the excellent presentation, and it is really, for us, eye-opening that how data and AI can be used for most of our constructions. And it is going to be a very interesting thing. You must interact with the multiple institutions in India who are doing the construction. We want to do fast, and our government has proposed $1.7 trillion worth of infrastructure development in the next 4 or 5 years. So it's going to be a very huge task for us. So it is better you interact with our institutions and spread the message how data and the AI can help to shorten the time and save the cost. So that's very, very important. Colonel Chubey, are you here? Chubey? Colonel Chubey? So we have got an interesting presentation in the afternoon by the DRDO Chief Executive of Construction. So he has made so many projects he has done, very, very excellent projects he has done, which are very difficult to do underground, so many things. So he is going to talk about it in the afternoon. So he is somewhere there. So I will introduce him to you. So it will be very useful for him to introduce the new knowledge in the making. So can I call upon our patron, Mr. Razdan, please come over and honor Mr. Valichik. So much on the construction. The products of construction in India is the Taj Mahal.
Thank you. An excellent granular presentation and very practical and critical. But I would really be keen to know who was the AI expert who supervised the construction of the Taj Mahal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So now we are going to have a wonderful forum. It's called the President's Forum. The IPMA presidents and the past presidents are going to be here. Please arrange chairs. So they are going to discuss with us what is the revolution they can make for project management. What is the future of project management? How we have to be. So their thoughts in the high level, in the IPMA, we would like to hear. So please come. Mr. Mladen, Jesus, Reinhard Wagner, Roberto, and that will be moderated by the Vice President, Mr. Vladimir.
Okay, good day. Dr. Pillai, thank you for this opportunity to have this panel at this wonderful event. It's a really unique opportunity, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I couldn't remember that we had such panel anytime in the near past, that we have 4 presidents at stage sharing 4 generations of experience, 4 generations of development of project profession, and of course of IPMA. So it's a really unique opportunity for the audience and for all of us that we are in position to get insights from the recent development of IPMA and project profession, but more importantly, I think this forum should serve as a platform for the future.
Mr. Razan, you can also join the team. You know, we have to represent the India.
Please. So the forum and this panel is becoming more important. Welcome, please welcome the patron coming to the stage. Thank you. And Dr. Pillai, please join us. 7 is the lucky number, or like kids now would say 6, 7, you know. Okay, so we will have a 3 round of questions, but we would like to keep answers short so that we keep dynamics of the audience, so like 2 to 3 minutes answer for each question, and then in total we will be fitting our time slot. Okay, so we need to make it to the lunch. That's 15 minutes, fine. So 1 minute answer, and then we will turn off your mic. You know, after 1 minute, please turn off the mic. You're all here experienced, you're all or are in a leadership position, and being leaders of the associations, you have made some decisions. Now, today, looking back on the decision you make as a president, and taking a look at the future, what was your single decision that you made as a president that today and in the future matters even more than at the time you have made it? So maybe we start with Roberto.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Pillai. It's very kind of you to ask me about the future. That is something that is not very much in my horizon. But I think that decisions taken related to the methodologies and tools, certainly we might change, taking advantage of the new instruments that are available. I am doubtful that when it comes to dealing with human relationships, that I'm not sure that yet there is the possibility to think about the difference coming from the current situation. Because in these days, in these couple of days, we have seen and heard many presentations, many words, but about leadership and decision making, I did not see so far any real improvement in order to avoid the human competencies in dealing with those.
Thank you, Roberto. So we will see what to do next in next round of questions. So I don't know which order would we take. Next president. Okay. So next president after.
You mean what my key decision was?
That you made and you and think it's today more valuable than the time you made it.
Okay. My decision, I still remember, was to go to the military and be an officer. And I mention that because as an officer, you lead, you don't manage. You're coming from a strategic level with a certain direction in mind, but also take accountability of your action and all the people that are working with you. And for me, that's the same that we should have in project management. I always walk the talk as an officer, but also in project management, in IPMA. And I think that's very important for us, because at the end, it's the actions that we are accountable for with our families, our companies, our society, and so on. And that's, for me, project management. It's walking the talk, making things real. And this is what I relate with my decision going to the military and being an officer.
And taking responsibility for these decisions.
I use the word accountability. Responsibility is just doing things, but accountability has the burden of there's consequences. If you don't do it right, there's a consequence. You're not successful in a sense, and also sustainable success, etc. But accountability is the word, or some call it in English ownership of what you do, and that's key for projects.
Thank you. Let's hear the Jesus.
The mind, for me, is
it's a gospel.
Is and was awareness. Manage yourself. So since the beginning, my life was as an entrepreneur and making possible things happen. But looking for that, you need to be conscious yourself. It's related with accountability. So no one will solve things if you don't take over and you lead by example. So the leader needs to find other future leaders. So be awareness about yourself, self-confident, but at the same time, try to inspire people. If you don't believe in yourself, people never will believe in you.
Okay, thank you. I think Mladen is the next.
Thank you.
And next and actual.
Thank you, Vladimir. I had this privilege to witness Roberto as the president while I was young crew. Maybe the audience doesn't know, but even we all look very young, but it's been more than 2 decades that I have been with IPMA. I started my years from a young crew, so that's the program from 25 to 35, which brings people from their basic vocations into the project management. I was at various positions and even led this young crew global initiatives, then became the vice president, and then now serve as the president. And I don't think we should be soldiers in projects. I don't think I'm a construction engineer. I worked my first years on the construction sites. Construction sites are similar to military. So we have a saying in construction is either you're a colonel or you're a dead man, but in Croatian it rhymes. So this is how it needs to be in construction, because you have, for example, we use also Bexel management systems and common data environment of Bexel. And we had 25,000 activities in last turnaround project, 4.5 billion of investment in the delay cooking unit in oil and gas, amongst people who are in the audience and understand what this is. And the health and safety is so strict that you need to be a colonel, like in the army. But I don't think this is what project management is about. Taj Mahal, I believe, was built out of love and inspiration and vision. It's a driver of change. I think that what project managers are the visionaries who take these stars, charisma, the stars, and bringing down to the people and make their people believe that the change that we're going to deliver is part of their path. So if we can communicate our vision to the people around us, if we can delegate the tasks to the team and make them understand and believe in the same vision that we believe, then I think that projects will succeed. Something what Roberto said is about competences, and IPMA really truly believes that the competence goes from the contextual area onto the people area, social skills, and then of course into the technical skills. So of course AI, what Veljko just explained, is bringing a lot of substitution to technical skills. But it's on the decision makers and on the ethics, on the value appreciations, on the sustainability, and I would even say cultural diversity and inclusion that will really show us as humans someone who are able to bring better change. Project professionals is something that we now have started to promote in IPMA. It's not project management industry, it's project profession. We are professionals in project management who bring a better change. We need to be seen as beacons of ethics and integrity, and our certificates needs to stand as a long-standing testament that we are willing to give our interests for the interests of the others and the society. If people invest the money, it's in the end, like you said yesterday, in the end it's always the public interest. And if we invest the public interest and the money and give this responsibility to someone, then this person had better to deliver this ethically and for the good of us all. Particular interests are always short-term interests, but the long-term interests are for the good of society. And I think this was the turning point for me, how I went into project management in IPMA and what I'm trying to push now in IPMA.
Went from soldier to charismatic leader. to put it in one sentence, to summarize, like AI. Yeah.
It's, of course, yes, romance, love, passion.
Thank you, Mladen. Dr. Pillai, would you like to share your view?
It's nice to see the gentlemen here sitting. Germany, Spain, Croatia, Italy, and Serbia. You see that the type of leaders who have come. And when we meet in the 70 plus presidents, when we meet in the Council of Delegates, the type of interaction is very superb. It's you get a new concept. All the MAs, that is management and the associations, they bring out different types of problems, and then we discuss and to find the solutions. It's a very interesting forum. When we meet together, there's a lot of exchange going on. It is that we are generating a project-oriented system in the whole world. It's a mini United Nations of 70 countries thinking about the future of the world. Now, what is the future of the world? Two things are coming to my mind. One is Industry 5.0. What is the thrust of that? It is human-centric and sustainability. That means the direction is there for the future of the project management. What we should do is orientation towards human-centric and solving societal problems and make the earth happy. This is the major task of IPMA to do in the future. This is one thing. Second thing we see, there are a number of projects are coming up in the world for net zero carbon. So many projects are coming. People are wanting to save the earth. So these projects we should get into and then see that how the projects are executed properly. For example, in India, if you take India, India is one that the projects they take, but accountability is missing. What Professor Reinhard Wagner said, that accountability is a very, very important thing. There are public projects which we have undertaken, more than many lakh crores of worth of loss, money loss due to the delays, huge delays in public projects. So why it's happening? Who is accountable? We don't charge anybody in that. So it is necessary that the project management should lead to accountability. We have to pin down. You are responsible for the delay. We have to pin down. Then only the progress will come in India. So India-like countries are many. There may be a good system in few countries, but there are many countries now striving to do good things, but they have failed. So this is what the IPMA sitting at the apex, these people, they should see overall, assess each of the countries, and then try to interact with the government. They should tell the government, your projects, we have got a list of your projects and you are not managing properly. Like that, we should pin down each of the countries and then tell them you should behave properly. This is what is required for if you want to really implement the project. People are very much interested to do project. They will say project management. The nice charts, AI, data, whatever you have seen, data, all these things will be there for presentation, not for actual implementation. This is the problem we have. So we have to see the methodology, how we can implement projects better. Apart from all the methods we have got, the leadership matters. How do we bring more leadership concept into the project chiefs? That is what is required. That, as I see, the future is very important. Future is going to be young project people. They are all youngsters. We have India, we have got 800 million young people are there below 35 years. Such a big country, and each one has got their own vision. We have got so many startup projects have come. Very, very, very few. We are having in a million of startups have come in India. So how do we manage all these things? So there is a real education should go from the bottom. Then only we can manage things better. For that, we need the help of IPMA in a better way. And the PMA and IPMA should work together to implement many of the schemes, considering what is going to happen to the society. We are going to have superhuman young people we are going to have. That's what is going to happen.
Thank you, Dr. Pillai. And now I would kindly ask you to give your view and opinion.
Thank you. Well, I think in the kind of jobs that I have been, I would say there are two kinds of distinct decisions you have to take as you go higher up the hierarchy of management. project management. And here I think the cardinal principle has to be, at the end of the day, it is public money that is invested, whether in the form of a government project or a private project. That value to the project must return at the earliest. Now, the project implementers may be having some genuine problems. It is up to the project leader to understand those problems and provide solutions and brook no delay in decision making. Because every decision delayed is a project delayed which could lead to further complications at the ground level. That, I think, is the first, is that you have to be, your lines of decision, direction have to be very, very clear and prompt. Now, in a lot of public projects, you have political interests also clashing. Maybe the local population, some local elected people, somebody may be opposing a project. You have to ride rough over that and be very clear. Virtually, we keep talking of the defense sector like an army commander. That you know what is the object to be achieved. It's my job to deliver this project. Now, at a higher level, you have to keep some political factors also in mind. There, what happens when you're at a very senior level, whether in bureaucracy or very high in business, there is a political clash also somewhere. That the political party in power or the forces that are there, or in your case, in a private sector, there is a clash between what the present ownership wants and what the situation demands, what your team demands. Now, at that point of time, there has to be a very clear direction in your own mind, in the leader's mind, that I have to give an ethically correct decision, even if it displeases my political masters. If I compromise there at that ethical level, they said there are two kinds of decisions. One is the technical clearance, the other is the ethical clearance. I think you have to stand by ethics, because your team will look upon you as an ethical leader. And they know that this leader can lay down his office also just to protect the system. And they will give you their best. They will quote you as an example, because it all depends on the levels of leadership that you are at in a particular project management. Because beginning very mechanical, then a little complicated, there may be people's movement, something else, their local interests, and at the end, it's a clash even between opposing interests of the project. So I think a leader, as a leader matures, has to take these successive interests in mind, but always put public investment, the good of the project, and what you think is ethically correct as you climb up the ladder.
Thank you. And now, before we conclude minding the time and the lunch, I would now would ask you to give an answer in one sentence only, which is taking a look at the next 10 years. What is the shift? What is the change that the project profession must make in order to remain relevant and trusted by societies? So how we should change project profession so that it remains relevant in the future? One sentence. And let's start now with the actual President Mladen, the other way around. One sentence.
Well, thank you, Vladimir, for this vast opportunities to explain my stance. I think I will speak on behalf of IPMA, and I think IPMA, as Dr. Pillay says, we are like a UN, like a family, and we have a joke that sometimes in your family, you're born with the family, you don't choose the members of your family, so you like some people, you don't like some people, but we all need to stick together, and I think IPMA needs to be the global voice of project profession. The values that we have built in IPMA are diversity, equity, inclusion, it's sustainability, it's ethics, and self-driven leadership, which is thought leadership. It is, like Reinhard said, walk the talk. So I think IPMA has no other alternative than to become the global voice of the project profession, and I think we will all make everything we can to work in this direction.
Thank you, Mladen. Quite a long sentence, but thank you. One sentence. Doctor.
He explained in English. Can you imagine? In Croat, will take 10 minutes more. Project-oriented societies.
Project orientation?
Project-oriented societies based in competence.
Thank you.
I think project management will go away because AI is doing all that stuff. So it's leadership, it's us, the people. And I refer to Daniel Defoe, 1697. He said 3 things: common sense, honesty, that's the ethical part, and ingenuity. Okay? And I think all our creativity, all our intuition, whatever resources we have, we put in our projects, and that's it. So management goes away, and our human intelligence will come to the fore.
I fully share the need for ethical leadership. In my humble opinion, is a must. But more than think about what changes, I would underline the need for project managers, for decision-making people to be able to apply that lateral thinking that has been envisaged by Edward de Bono, and the ability to think out of the box. Because in our demanding projects, there are so many situations that comes under the name of black swans, out of which, for the time being, I don't see any artificial intelligence able to come out. And therefore, our way of being creative in our analysis and decision-making, in my humble opinion, is a must that should remain with all the project managers in the near and middle future.
Thank you, Roberto.
Well, I would say that you have to be ethical, objective, efficient, and give a verdict or a decision to whoever asks you for that decision at the right time. Do not procrastinate. Be prompt, in short, and you are answerable to a certain principle and to a certain cause. And at the end of the day, that guy within you who doesn't speak but always directs you, which is the right thing.
Thank you. Thank you for your inspiring answers. Now, for the end of this, I would like to ask Dr. Pillay, President of PMA and our host here, to give his view and conclude and summarize this session, please.
So from these discussions, what is coming out very clearly, our IPMA should look at 2 things: leadership with ethical, ingenuity, innovative, and value-based. That is one thing which is coming very clearly. Second thing is, you cannot forget about the young generation. They are coming up. So your focus should be more on the younger generation. Because we have to build leadership means you have to groom from there. After becoming a degree holder, PhD, you cannot create leadership. It has to come from the bottom. So we have to think how we can implement. We like kids and young crew, but it's not very effective. We have to make it more effective to do that. Then definitely we will become one of the leaders to implement leadership to manage projects better. Maybe project management should become project leadership.
Thank you. And now a big applause. Let's give a photo.
So to honor this great man before us, we are going to give a present to them, and that is the Taj Mahal. So that's the love affair. Please let us go for lunch, break for lunch. You have 1 hour, 2:30 we are assembling.
We have something planned, or we should sit together now?
We'll sit together.
PMI and the...
Do now.
over 6 decades, NLC India Limited has stood at the forefront of India's energy journey. What began as a vision to harness lignite for a growing nation has evolved into one of India's leading integrated power companies, driven by excellence, sustainability, and innovation. Over the years, NLCIL has achieved major operational milestones. The company recorded its highest ever coal and lignite production of over 41 million tons and generated more than 29 billion units of electricity, with an increasing share from green energy sources. Alongside expansion, NLCIL continues to strengthen sustainability across its thermal power operations. In thermal performance, NLCIL has consistently exceeded expectations. The Barsingsar Thermal Power Station achieved a plant availability factor of 81.90%, surpassing CERC norms. NLCIL's entry into supercritical technology was marked by the successful commissioning of 2 660 megawatt units of the Ghatampur Thermal Power Project, placing the company among India's elite supercritical thermal power operators. As a pioneer in renewable energy, NLCIL has made strong investments in solar, wind, and hybrid projects, generating over 2.1 billion units of clean energy and helping avoid nearly 1.8 million tons of CO2 emissions, reinforcing its commitment to a greener India. These achievements are reflected in NLCIL's financial strength. The company's market capitalization has reached 43,000 crore rupees, while capital expenditure has crossed 7,500 crore rupees, highlighting its focus on sustainable growth, infrastructure development, and operational excellence. At
Three-piece manipulators or tele-manipulators from BrahMos Aerospace, Thiruvananthapuram Limited, and systems and hardware for the aerospace, defense and nuclear sectors. TPM systems are manufactured and assembled at climate-controlled production facilities at BrahMos. TPM is a mechanical system in which a slave device mimics the motions of a master device manipulated directly by the operator. TPM is designed to help operators perform tasks remotely in hazardous environment. The TPM system consists of 3 independent assemblies: a slave arm, remote arm situated inside a hazardous environment, a through-the-wall tube, seal tube, and a master arm, command arm, situated in the cold working area from where the operator will operate. TPM transmits hand and finger movements from the master arm to the remote slave arm. The operator starts by unlocking the all-motion lock in the hand grip assembly, which is used for gripping, grip elevation, grip rotation, etc. Ergonomically fitted micro switches for forwarding rear, up, down, and left-right movement. The assembles are precision engineered and mechanically balanced for free and smooth movements to reduce operator fatigue. The electrical control box is fitted with advanced electronics in a SS304 casing. The movements are transmitted through a set of pulleys connected through stainless steel wires, ropes, tapes, and lead screws. Subsequently, any wrist movements, whether be that of fastening a bolt, uncorking a bottle lid, or any other action, can be replicated onto the slave side by mimicking the same action at the master end.
And for a culture of excellence. The excellence not by accident. It is a process where an individual continuously strives to better oneself. The performance standards are set by themselves. They work on their dreams.
At Ramco, we believe there is no such thing as success in life without hard work. From a humble beginning in 1961 to becoming one of the largest cement manufacturers in the country today, our journey has been one of hard work and persistence. It is a story of the hard-working spirit of the larger Ramco family, from the mining worker to the factory technician, from research scientist to management. Everyone has worked hard to build this legacy.
We have a saying in football, if you have a talented boy who doesn't want to work hard, and if you're a hard-working boy with zero talent, you choose the hard-working boy. Because you know when the fight comes, the guy's going to fight for you 90 minutes.
Hard work is an approach to work where we push ourselves out of our comfort zone and prepare to give our work all our energy like never before. It's the driving force that makes the world go round. The universe is in constant motion, evolving through relentless effort. Nature is working hard every day to maintain ecological balance, and trees are working day and night to give us the air we breathe. Our inspiration comes from these natural forces. Our customers are working hard to make their dream homes. Our dealers work hard to reach the benchmarks they set for themselves. The engineers and architects work hard to improve their craft. And skilled workers work hard to earn respect for the skills they possess.
Today, we are introducing a new range of construction products which are dedicated to all of us, the hard workers. These products are stronger, faster, more durable, and simpler to use. Years of research and development have gone into creating them. Performance data shows many of these products work harder than any other products in the market for the same applications. So it is natural for us to name our new product range Hard Worker.
Hardworking products for hardworking people.
Data Patterns is a specialized defense and aerospace electronic systems company. Our focus today is to build complete solutions in radars, electronic warfare, communications, avionics, and satellite. We invested substantially in creating the manpower, the technology, the domain, and the infrastructure to produce world-class systems in India.
Good afternoon. I think you had a good lunch. Now we are going to have a discussion on sustainability. We have with us three stalwarts in sustainability. We are going to invite them. Professor Murthy, Professor Ramesh from MGR University, who is the president of IGEN. IGEN is Institute of Green Engineers. So it's a big organization in 33 countries. He is the president. We're going to have the two other people. Let me read the names. Pradeep Kumar, where is he? I request Mr. Anil Razdan, the patron of PMA, to chair the session. So Dr. Madhurani Gowda is the director of the Chamber of Industries in the Federation from Bangalore, and Mr. Pradeep Gupta is the former Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Home and also the advisor to Sri Pranab Mukherjee when he was the President of India. So he's also with us, and he has got a new establishment. He will talk about it. He will talk about the whole thing. So, sir, please take over, sir. Please take over. Mike.
Well, thank you very much, sir. We have this important session on projects as enablers for implementing ESG goals. Now, ESG, as you know, are well-defined goals, though what is ESG varies with whoever is in command of global affairs. Just this morning, I was reading a statement by the President of the United States saying that probably the carbon emissions thing, maybe from coal or maybe the automobiles, it's all exaggerated. Because when it hurts personal interests of some powerful entities, then what is environmentally sustainable also changes. But broadly, we all know that what is bad for the environment. When more people start falling sick, when plant species start disappearing in a particular location or an environment, when river waters become more polluted and undrinkable, and when the eternal snows start melting at a much faster rate than they have been melting, it sends a certain signal, just as a human being suddenly starts losing weight much more than he ought to in the natural course of events, or he starts gaining weight, he or she, well beyond what is normally thought. It's obviously, we know it's not sustainable. Now, when we say environmentally sustainable, in my view, it is something which is not good, not necessarily for your own perspective, but for other living creatures and natural resources which are there on this planet. So this is what we are here to discuss, and how do we work towards keeping on track those paths, and the kind of hard decisions. We were just in the last session before this, we were talking of ethical decisions. Now this is, in my view, it is an ethic also to be environmentally sustainable. But of course, in all this process, the human being also has to survive. And we cannot impose conditions which are making life unsustainable for those who inhabit the planet, not only inhabit, but let's be practical, from those who control the affairs of the planet. And we people assembled here, all creatures of God, I think we're in control of what is going to happen here. And my colleagues here are in charge of establishments which are in control, and they are in control of whatever happens there. So their decisions have to coalesce with what is good for society or for the environment. I think with these words, I'll request to begin with the lady.
Namaskara. At the outset, I thank Dr. Pillai sir for giving this opportunity to be on this International Project Management Association board. So my topic today will be like projects as enablers for the sustainability and for project management. So a couple of things which will make the projects or the project management easier and sustainable. We have certain things which because of the paucity of time, just squeezed it for a couple of points. The first one would be like when we speak about the community transformation, it happens not only with the punchlines or the slogans or mission statements, but through disciplined projects. The project should be disciplined, well executed, and well documented in order to have a sustainability in that. So once outline is laid and once that goes on, it becomes easy for the projects to be enablers for the sustainability and execution. And coming to the second thing, the financial capital, the social capital must be managed and well executed as the financial capital itself. The responsibility lies on the people who do this project, who manage the project and execute the project. Once that financial discipline is maintained, the project will be, sustainability will be enabled through this project management. And the next one would be like community project should be preventive. It should be costless than reactive crisis management. So once the reactive crisis management is taken, when we have more of preventive community projects, means which will be towards whatever the existing or upcoming projects which are there, the community projects such as education for the underprivileged or unprivileged, that would be one, water and environment, all these projects, we should have it as preventive projects. Public trust is built through transparent project delivery. Whatever the delivery we are giving, it should be based on the public trust. Public should feel that it is good for the society as well as for the environment. That such projects become more sustainable. Next, multi-stakeholder ambition requires single point program accountability. When there is no person or no single point accountability is there, funders or the people who support such projects and the management, they will not come forward to support the project. So it's always better that we should have one point financial control and delivery. What gets measured in community programs gets funded and scaled. Only once the measuring is done properly. Means what is it to what community we are trying to meet and how large or how the span of the community, how much we are able to reach the community. Based on that, it will be scaled as well as it will be funded. Sustainable impact is built when communities own the projects. Instead of people coming from one place to another to work on the projects, it's like the communities which are already there, inherent community or the indigenous community which are there, if they are trying to bring out the projects or execute the projects, such will be more sustainable because they will be aware of what is going on what exactly is the need for it. And lastly, I would like to say that societal ESG is not about isolated initiatives, it is about interdependent transformation programs. So it cannot be isolated or it will not be something which one person or one group of people will be doing. It is a combination of groups of people which will be taken and how well it will be executed. The balance I'll take it in the next one.
Thank you very much, sir. Would you, Ramesh? You have a presentation? Okay, so then you want us to... Okay, thank you.
Okay, so
Are
very
we
happy.
coming in the way of the participant, the audience here? You want us to move, or it's okay? Thank you.
Okay, so very happy moment for me, and very happy moment that yesterday and today we are with a very hectic program schedule related to the project management. So my another 5 minutes, which I'm take you to individual social responsibility for sustainability related projects. So it is very, very essential. We can talk more about policy decision. We can talk more about the government to take a decision. We can talk more about the institution to take a decision. We can talk more about the industry to take a decision. But what, as an individual, our contribution for the sustainability to the society. So the project as the enabler for supporting ESG through SDG goals. So we all aware that 17 Sustainable Development Goals, 169 targets, and very critic, only 17% only the goals are achieved in 2025 index report. But we need to achieve before 2030. So how it is possible? It is a $1 million question mark. But as an individual, how we can able to support for the sustainable, to connect the ESG and SDG, the strategic connection, environmental, social governance, and how it is linked with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So the environmental align with 7, 12, and 13, and social 3, 4, 5, 10, and governance 16 and 17. So that like that there will be a interlinkage between the ESG. In that, the project as the bridge between ESG and SDG. The reason behind the SDG always will give direction, but the framework has to be by the ESG, and the project give the execution. So this is what actually the plan of action which we need to do, which come out the environmental projects and social projects. The very recent research study, which titled, it is the Elsevier Journal, Sustainable Development Goal through the lens of ESG, CSR, SRI, and GF. This research aim, they had a research aim, how we can able to link together the corporate social responsibility, socially responsible investment, green finance, and ESG, combining together how we can able to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal. So here they come out with the key findings, interconnections across domains, and there is a very strong green finance as the catalyst has to be there. When come out with the policy decision, they come out with a lot of policy decision, and finally they concluded the research gap and direction. So in that research gap and directions, there is an impact measurement that is very, very essential, and very much it is lagging. That is what they come out with, that research gap, and another lot of research gaps are there. So this is one part. So as another part, individually social responsibility, how we can coin that as my SDG, my responsibility. So we all know that we all have our favorite cricketer, favorite actor, like all are there. But whether we have our favorite SDG goal? Yes, I have my favorite SDG goal, SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. I had did lot of contribution related to that for the society as a volunteer and giving back to the society. So that is the what the essential part here, the my SDG, my responsibility. So in that my SDG, my responsibility, the Institution of Green Engineers, we had come out with the 3-4 concepts. One we call it as energy saving 9 mantra, that we call it as N-Save 9 mantra. Another we call it as 9 mantra for green shop, 9 mantra for green home, and water saving 9 mantra. So these are all the individual social responsibility projects. And we had an energy saving club, 40 clubs in India. So we done energy conservation research, and come out with the very simple 9 mantra. So this is a simple 9 mantra which can save 1 unit per day at home. If anyone can implement this 6-9 mantra, they can save 1 unit per day at home, which will be equivalent to save 720 liter water and 1.3 kilogram carbon dioxide. So the idea is very simple, but how we can able to make the home to change the attitude is very, very important, because you all aware that if our home attitude for the people got changed, anything we can change across the globe. For this, I invite all to implement from today, because we have a pledge poster also with our team. We will be giving back after the presentation. I think you can play that video. So simple 9 mantra you can implement in your home. Video.
Hey, 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 I am El Batro, energy saving mascot of the iGen NSEV Club. I represent the innovation and energy conservation. Our first mantra is switch off the equipment after use. Second mantra is regular cleaning of AC filter and use natural lighting. Our third mantra is use star-rated equipment. Our NSAVE fourth mantra is use of LED study lab. NSAVE the fifth mantra to save 1 unit per day. Regular cleaning of the refrigerator. NSAV's sixth mantra is usage of heavy equipment in off-peak hours. NSAV's seventh mantra is avoid leaving the equipment in standby mode. Our NSAV 8 mantra is optimal temperature setting and water usage. Last, NSAV 9th mantra, replace the Maximite with a solar LED.
Thank you very much, sir.
And
we have more slides?
Yeah, yes. Just 2 minutes, sir. Okay, so this we converted as the project. So what is the project is, I can implement in my home. I can motivate next 99 home to implement the project, implement the concept. We call it as Energy 99 Challenge project. Project is named as Energy 99 Challenge, and this project is presently indexed in United Nations Department of Economic Affairs. The project ID is STG 38555, and this is the action done by till now 500 students across the country completed the project, and they will be receiving the project certificates, and 300 professors and 150 industry people completed the project, and this is a carbon credit certificate they will receive. Finally, they will be receiving the STG Action Award. Why Action Award? It is very tough convincing 99 home to be the change in the attitude for the conservation. So that is what iGen is presenting, the sustainable action, that is the STG Action Award. So next project is iGen Talk for STG. So this idea is to create awareness for the people about the Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals, and come out with the action. This is an interesting project. Can I know how many people, those who are using regular cycle in your... Okay, very super. Almost 10. So you can start the project from tomorrow immediately. So the idea is cycle for green. So maybe till now you are cycling weekly. Our suggestion, my friend Bala Murugan is here. Myself and Bala Murugan cycling every Sunday 40 kilometer. One direction in 20 kilometer, another direction, like that we will come back to the home. So do through that, like this we will give the project order letter. So this is our cycling. During the cycling, what we will do, we will go to some home and do the energy analysis and give back the recommendation to them, go to the commercial shop and do some creating some awareness to the park. Whenever we are moving, we will go inside the park and talk to the people and create some awareness. See, the concept is Through the cycling, we have to do the green activities. So this is what, and our university, Dr. MGR Educational Research Institute, we had come out with a lot of STG related activities. We call it as STG for MGR Camjain, STG Research, STG Alumni, STG Sports. Our Vice Chancellor and President is there. So like that, we had come out with a lot of STG project, and very recently, our university, Dr. MGR University, is the partner of United Nations Academic Impact, and this is what our activity. So this is about the, you can certify your home, whether your home is green home or not. Now, we have 9 mantra. Again 9 mantra, you can certify your home. You can take one by one. The poster is there, our team will give who are needed, and you can check whether it is your home is green certified or not. Final, I will conclude that because the IGEN which we are planning for the IGEN Panchabhuta green satellite to represent COP33. So another 3 years COP33 will be there. COP33 we are planning to launch the Panchabhuta green satellite with our mentorship Board of Governor Sivadana Pillai sir. So I'd like to invite all the people to join with our mission, so that be part of that and giving back to the society, always a happiness for the life. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramesh. You're doing a great job, because once you see in the educational institutions, you imbibe this value system, more than half the job is done. I used to wonder in the 1990s, I asked a question that why are European institutions so sensitive about the environment, and the youth coming out, they were turning into non-meat eating, non-leather using, all kinds of such things, protect life, protect environment. And I was told, you see, that at least when I was handling the education department, we had a subject called, this is for the younger people, socially useful productive work, SUPW, which some of you may have learned. But I could safely say that for lack of a proper agenda in the education department, some intellectuals had called it some useful periods wasted, SUPW. Now, that is what you see we've got to, if you've got this kind of a program, it's very good. But I would say that first of all, find an appropriate name for your duck, because the other duck is not pro-environment. The second is that when you're cycling, it's a very good mission, it's good for health. But I say all the health clubs are all cycling away there, but nobody is generating energy. You should be able to convert that kinetic energy into electrical energy and let them make an earning out of it. So you see, these ideas motivate them, and if you attach a monetary value to anything, I think it's going to work well. This, you see, metering, and then star labeling of products. This is something I'll introduce to the Joint Secretary. And the best companies which were making electrical gadgets, they said, people will go by our name. No, today you're looking for the star value. But then the finance department, the ministries, should also give concessional duty relief to those institutions. Get the youth to think and fight for it, the job will be done. Thank you very much. Mr. Pradeep Gupta has been a civil servant like me, but probably more civil. I was very uncivil, and maybe he gives us proper advice.
Thank you, sir. Till now, the speakers have been speaking about the certification, recognition, research, ideas. But I'll be, as sir has very rightly taught, that I have been a civil servant. Some civil servant traces are there. I'm looking for the compliance by the regulators, for the regulators. So regulators have come in, and SEBI, as you know, sir, came up with the revised guideline BRSR code in 2021.
And they have outlined in them, I have brought the order that 2023-24 top 150 listed companies have to comply. Top 150 market capitalization.
Please tell them what is SEBI.
The Securities and Exchange Board of India, that is the regulator in India looking after the compliances of the SDG goals. And I'll just tell you a brief case that I'll not name the company because those people were here. They bidded in some international contract. They were removed because they were not complying with the thing. And they were lamenting. So they came before the government of India. I came to know in the VIF. And they were telling, sir, ye hum log ko bahar karne ka, this is a technique by the West. Then they were told that we have to comply if you have to compete. Say, sir, tomorrow the government of India comes with this guideline, and it will come maybe not today, but tomorrow. Tomorrow means maybe 10 years, that you cannot bid for government contracts or government things till you comply with these SDG goals which the SEBI has come out. It will definitely happen, but when is the question only. So when this process started in 2023-24, the industries were grappling. When initially there were 150, now this year, 25-26, 500 listed companies, and next year, 1,000 top listed companies. After that, they will be increasing numbers. Now, what do I have to do? Because the 32 SDG goals of the UN, out of that, 28 which are doable have been captured by SEBI. And in the KPIs, etc., they have, in metrics, they have come out. The SEBI circular, sir, I'll take a 30-second, 1 minute to read. May 10, 2021, it very clearly said in recent times, adopting to and mitigating climate change impact, because the regulator itself is concerned with, inclusive growth and transitioning to a sustainable economy have emerged as a major issue globally. There is an increased focus of investors, you may not even get the investors, and other stakeholders seeking businesses to be responsible and sustainable toward the environment and society. I'm a part of AI startup which I am representing here. We have come up with this model. When we were looking at funding green finance, lot of funds are there in green finance, but it will only go to green industry, compliant industry. So, thus the reporting of companies' performance on sustainability related factors has become vital as reporting on financial and operational performance. This is, they say. So for that, the BRSR, what BRSR is the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting Systems of the SEBI. BRSR is accompanied with a guidance note to enable, if you go to the SEBI site, May 10, 2021 circular, enable the companies to interpret the scope of disclosures. You have to make disclosures. The format they have given. The BRSR seeks disclosures from listed entities on their performance against the 9 principles. What he has told? Everywhere 9 comes, sir, several times. 9 principles of the National Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct, what they call as NGBRCs. And reporting under each principle is divided into essential and leadership. Everybody has talked about the leadership. Leadership is also captured. General Saab yesterday was mentioning about the leadership. So leadership is also captured here in this. The essential indicators are required to be reported on a mandatory basis, while the reporting of leadership indicators is on a voluntary basis. But then SEBI recommends that listed entities should endeavor to report the leadership indicators also. Now, this BRSR is intended towards having quantitative and standardized disclosures on ESG parameters to enable comparability across companies, sectors, and time. Such disclosure will be helpful for investors to make better investment decisions. The BRSR shall also enable companies to engage more meaningfully with their stakeholders by encouraging them to look beyond financials and towards social and environmental impacts. So government has already done it. The regulators have taken note of it. In the terms of the aforesaid amendments, what they have, because this is an amendment order, with effect from financial year 2022-23, this is promulgated. So there are few types of disclosure. One is general disclosure, what they have captured in the format. That is 32-page document is there, only listing what disclosures you have to do. 32 pages. management and process disclosures separate. Then principle-wise performance disclosures separate. 9 principles they have come out. So industry standards also the SEBI has promulgated subsequent orders, and BRSR core, which is also to be complied. So now in this, like if I go to the principle, I'll just read the principle. There are 9 principles like this. One only I'll read. Businesses should conduct and govern themselves with integrity and in a manner that is ethical, transparent, and accountable. So how it is to be captured? So they have given field name, details of fines, penalties, punishment, awards, compounding fees, settlement, etc. Instruction, guidance column they write, under this field, the entity shall make disclosures on the basis of materiality as specified in Regulation 30 of SEBI, Listing and Obligation Disclosure Act that they have come out, details of anti-corruption, anti-bribery policy in the company. They are going for the governance thing. The disclosure on the anti-corruption, anti-bribery policy may include following: risk assessment procedures, internal control mechanism to deal with complaints on bribery and corruption, coverage of trainings on anti-corruption. Leadership indicators, these are essential, but leadership indicators say process to avoid manage conflict of interest involving members of the board and KMPs, key management person. Conflict of interest, that is, sir, you know very well that the conflict of interest often arises. So conflict of interest refers to a situation where an individual is confronted with choosing between the requirement of his or her function or his or her private interest. So it is to be captured. The entity shall disclose whether there are processes to ensure the conflicts involving members of the board, KMPs, are avoided or managed along with details of such processes. So declaration is done that, yes, I have an interest in this. So these are the details. Now, the issue came before the industry.
Gupta ji, may we have 1 minute more?
Yeah, 1 or 2 minutes. I'll just run through this thing next.
Yeah, thank you.
This is the problem aligned with the SEBI guidelines that when you are doing filing, there are large number of documents, number 1. Number 2, it has to be done upstream and downstream. Upstream partners, downstream vendors. Like if you see, say Tata, they have thousands of vendors and maybe thousands of partners. So how will you capture that data? SEBI wants. As of now, what we have found out that only the principal company is filing, the vendors and partners are not being pursued. So that is where, so we have created an AI model wherein, I'll just go through that. As per SEBI guideline, BRSR reporting, we call it ISUP, is a AI-based BRSR reporting platform. It is designed to help organizations easily generate comprehensive report on their environmental, social, and governance performance. The platform utilizes advanced algorithms to analyze data, various sources. Somebody was telling from various sources. We have taken care of that. It's not a single source. There are thousands of sources. The documents will come. We have used the computer vision profusely, and we have a good team of statisticians in the organization. We analyze and statistically validate it also, including internal systems, external database to provide a complete picture of the organization impact on sustainability. With our easy-to-use interface, users can create customized reports. Because in India, when one kind of compliance is there, if you go to US, some different, or maybe Europe, there is a different. So this is if you understand the framework, registration of the organization has to be done, filling of the entries with the help of AI, you submit the forms, etc., sending mails to the listed vendors, and generating graphs, plots for user, final report generation, ranking and rating of the vendors also. This is all the facility framework what we did. So, and this is the order where automated reporting is there. It is based AI. So AI SUP is an AI-based platform which can assist in conducting sustainability gap analysis and generating report by comparing organizations' current performance, industry's benchmark, regulatory requirements, internal target. You can generate report whatever you want. If, say, European standards are there, you can generate already happening. That can be quoted there. The platform uses machine learning algorithms to identify areas with improvement, where improvements are needed.
Thank you. You see, from the environment side, I mean, my thing is you can have any number of documentations required, but the biggest documentation is transparency.
Yes, sir.
And sharing in the public domain
what you're doing, because it affects the public. And I think, take the pollution example, for example. There was a time when the polluting industries identified were asked to display outside their premises what were the parameters. I find that it has disappeared. Now, I think time is short. I'll only say these are excellent things. The AI tool that you've developed is certainly going to be very useful. But in my personal view, the greatest public watchdog is transparency. And unless you bring in transparency in the whole process, whether governance within the elected governments, the political governments, the industrial governance, and also the social governance, it travels all the way down. The only exception can be military governance, which for security reasons we don't want to involve. But the rest, I think, the public has a right to know. Thank you very much, Gupta ji. I think
there are more, but then I'll just run through that.
My mandate will end. They will not, Dr. Pillai
yes,
will not.
I'm waiting for the questions.
He will not pay me for this session unless I wind it up in time.
These are these screenshots of the way we fill the documents. And this is where there are mandatory documents, self-declared documents, and vendor document. Mandatory, where the transparency is ensured.
I will request Dr. Pillai that if we can have a certain site on which people want to load some of these things for the benefit of the participants, we can do that.
We have the graphs also to be displayed according to your convenience.
Yes. Sure. Thank you very much, sir. Very, very constructive. Now, ma'am, Dr. Madhurani, you wanted to some special projects. Okay.
The sustainable projects which we were speaking about, the community as well, which community and society are already doing from over 2 decades. One is awareness programs on suicidal and drug addiction for the youths. And the concept of us is to make youths as more responsible, successful, and contributing citizens for the society. So that is the main. We train them on building their skills towards being more competent. That is one of the sustainable project, and to take them away from all the negative impacts which they have, like the suicidal and the drug addiction awareness programs. Apart from that, we encourage business plan presentations, wherein they come out with new business plans and they will be given seed money for working on it, and they will be allowed to work on, and some of the mentors, they take those business plans, nurture them, incubate them, and make them as entrepreneurs. That is one of the sustainable project which we are doing. And we are coming back with a geriatric daycare for the people, because most of them now in the society we see they are being more lonely. So we want to create an environment for them where they will come interact with others of the same age and spend some good time with them, so that they will have more peaceful and non-complaining life for themselves. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And Dr. Pillai, you're staring at us. It's all yours now.
Yes. So thank you so much for this panel discussion.
Thank you very much.
Sustainability.
I think we
would like to.
No, I want to be democratic. Maybe 2 questions from the audience.
Okay. Any question?
None?
After lunch, they are.
Well, no. I used to call it, you see, when I was in the Power Ministry, overhead transmission. So anyway, but I think we will circulate all this, and if there are any genuine doubts, difficulties, assistance to excellent institutions there for the youth,
yes,
and Mr. Gupta for giving you the AI assistance.
Sir, for this
and
session,
don't send anything to me, I know nothing about it.
Yeah, sir, for this session as well as for the earlier sessions, if any more question, please direct to our PMA India. we will get the answer for you and we'll on to you. So we should be in communication. As for membership, so you please contact Mr. Agarwal or Srinivasan, who will be able to guide you how to do that whole process.
Yes, we want more youth to come.
Yes, yes. Okay, sir. Sir, as a respect for the panel. Sir, will. So we have two presentations before tea, one by Colonel Chobe, the Chief of Construction, Chief Executive for Civil Works of DRDO. The other one is Mr. Nanda Kumar. So I will first call upon Colonel Chobe. He has a doctorate in engineering and he is the outstanding scientist and the director for the civil works at DRDO. So he will be talking to you on unlocking the power of leadership in construction. Thank you very much. You want to load that?
Yeah, my presentation is there. Can you load my presentation? It was in Hall 2, which has been shifted to Hall 1. Can I have... And there is this one also. There is no pointer. This is pointer. Anyway, very good morning, good afternoon to you all. Today what we are going to talk about, which has been spoken much for the last 2 days. Hi, thank you, sir. For the last 2 days, the leadership in project management. Today, one speaker, very renowned speaker, he told, focus more on the role of leadership and less on the role of management. This is a very powerful statement. Through a case study of Mission 45 Days, where a building of 1,30,000 square feet, ground plus 6, 7-story building was just constructed in 45 days. And this is because of the leadership which has been practiced into this project. So ladies and gentlemen, I've been given half an hour, the story of Mission 45 Days in half an hour. My time starts now. We often talk about concrete strength, strength of the steel, the project timelines, but the real structure that determines whether a project will stand or collapse, it's all because of leadership. And I'm very thankful to Dr. Pillai who has invited me. The real example of leadership is here in front of us. The most precise weapon, BrahMos, which has been created, been very effectively used in Operation Parakram, or Operation Sindoor. Dr. Pillai, please give a big hand to him. The great leader. I will dare to say that no nation has ever been built without a great leader in construction, infrastructure development. And if I talk about that, I would like to name a few, and you will agree with me. Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, the CEO, E. Sridharan, the great man who has brought the urban transportation into the reality. Nitin Gadkari, the national highway, 83,000 kilometers, which has been planned for Bharatmala Pariyojana. Almost 80% has already been built. The Varghese Kurian, the milkman of India, the revolutionary of white revolution, who brought the cooperative system in the milk distribution. I will also name a very great soul, son of the soil, who brought ethics, values, and professionalism in the project management, in the infrastructure development, in the growth of the country, Sri Ratan Tata. They are the one who is bringing the economy of the country in the highest level. We talk about Mission 2047, infrastructure foundation of Vision 2. There's a great role of infrastructure. We started, if you see, from 1947 and what we are talking about, 2047. See the exponential growth of infrastructure. It started from major dams, steel plants, national highway, golden quadrangle. In the year 2007 to 17, and we came up to the smart city, Gati Shakti, NIP expressways, push on renewable logistic planning, which has been just talked about. And we are now at approximately 4.19 trillion economy. We are the fourth largest economy in the world. Now we are heading for 30 trillion economy, and where we are aiming for sustainable integrated infrastructure, high speed, last mile connectivity, integrated logistic, green hubs, net zero mobility system. That is going to be the history in year 2047, and infrastructure is going to have a great role in that. Now, if we talk about Viksit Bharat, it is a developed, inclusive, sustainable, where if we say inclusive, everybody is heard, everybody is respected. That's what we are looking for. And from highways that knit the market together to smart cities, redefine urban living to renewable energy, everything comes into this Viksit Bharat, what we are looking for till sustainable infrastructure is developed. Now, if we talk about the project leadership, the foundation rests on 4 parameters. Empower, customer focus, culture of mentorship, and trust. If the project has to be successful, these are going to be the foundation of any successful project. We have to empower with certain defined boundaries to our subordinates. We have to be customer focused. The culture of mentorship, knowledge transfer is required, and the trust is very much for the transparency, as the moderator, sir, has just talked about in the previous call. Now let us come to Mission 45 days. What is this? This is a building which has been constructed in 45 days. 1st February 2022 we started, 17th March 2022 we finished. Let us see how it has been made and what is the fundamental behind to that. This is the building which stands tall in AD. Those who are from AD, from DRDO, they must take pride in that. And anybody from L&T, you raise hand, you have made this building. This, please show your face, sir. L&T, anybody from L&T, please get up. Please get up, sir. They are the one who constructed. This is the ecosystem which we have. Give a big hand for L&T. This building, 7-story building, mission 45 days, in 45 days. And this is what the building looks like on 45th day. Land, van, electricity, water supply, air conditioning, canteen, toilet, everything was ready. Our scientists started working on the 45th day itself. It was inaugurated by Honorable Raksha Mantri, Defense Minister Sri Rajnath Singh Ji. That's how it looks like on 45th day. How it has been made, we'll just look into that. But it was a dream which has been realized together. There was an ecosystem which was created, ecosystem for the project planner, ecosystem for the contractors, ecosystem for the academia, ecosystem which consists of the best designer of the country. We all came together, and when the China is making 65-story in 65 days, but the details are not available in the public domain. They don't believe in the knowledge sharing. This has been shared to the all industry partner, and hybrid composite construction technology has become order of the day today, what DRDO had developed. So this is what media covered on 45th day itself, on 17th of March. And let us see how in all circular vernacular media it was there. It was and what Rajnath Singh Ji just explained, what he told, that I would like to show you, which will also give the glimpse of the project and for what reason the projects have been made. For the AMCA and UCAV, Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, and the Unmanned Combat Aerial Vehicle is being developed from this building. Had this building been constructed in the conventional manner, it would have taken 3.5 years to 4 years, which has been just in 45 days. Can you show this video, please? This arrow can be clicked. Okay, I'll do it from here. This is what was.
नमस्कार, आप देख रहे हैं डीडी न्यूज पर हमारी खास चर्चा का प्रोग्राम। मैं हूं लालचंद्र सिंह। डीआरडीओ ने 45 दिनों में 7 मंजिला इमारत खड़ी कर दी, जिसका उद्घाटन रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह ने किया है। इस बिल्डिंग का इस्तेमाल 5वीं पीढ़ी के एडवांस मीडियम कॉम्बैट एयरक्राफ्ट यानी AMCA के रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट फैसिलिटी के तौर पर किया जाएगा। लेकिन ये सिर्फ एक खबर नहीं है, बल्कि आत्मनिर्भर और नए भारत की नई तकनीक की दास्तां को बयां करता है। दरअसल प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के आत्मनिर्भर भारत के आह्वान पर डीआरडीओ ने खासतौर पर नई तकनीक की पहल की है। आज की चर्चा डीआरडीओ के इसी हाइब्रिड तकनीकी कमाल पर। इस चर्चा में हमारे साथ में होंगे खास विशेषज्ञ मेहमान भी, लेकिन सबसे पहले देख लेते हैं ये रिपोर्ट।
यह कॉम्प्लेक्स मैं समझता हूं उन सामान्य कंस्ट्रक्शन से कई मामलों में अलग है और महज 45 डेज में इसका कंस्ट्रक्शन वाकई किसी करिश्मा से, किसी चमत्कार से यह कम नहीं है।
सुना आपने, देश के रक्षा मंत्री जिस इमारत को करिश्मा बता रहे हैं उसे तैयार किया है रक्षा अनुसंधान एवं विकास संगठन यानी डीआरडीओ ने। ये इमारत आत्मनिर्भर भारत का एक और प्रतीक है। बेंगलुरु के वैज्ञानिकी विकास प्रतिष्ठान में उड़ान नियंत्रण प्रणाली के लिए संस्थानिक प्रौद्योगिकी का इस्तेमाल करके रिकॉर्ड 45 दिन में इस बहुमंजिला इमारत का निर्माण किया है। इस 7 मंजिला इमारत में भारतीय वायुसेना के लिए 5वीं पीढ़ी के मध्यम वजन के गहरे तक मार करने वाले लड़ाकू विमानों को विकसित करने के लिए अनुसंधान एवं विकास सुविधाएं होंगी। रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह ने गुरुवार को इस बिल्डिंग का उद्घाटन किया। इस अवसर पर उनके साथ कर्नाटक के मुख्यमंत्री बसवराज बोम्मई भी मौजूद रहे। हाइब्रिड निर्माण तकनीक के साथ एक स्थायी और कार्य संचालन के लिए पूरी तरह तैयार 7 मंजिला इमारत का निर्माण कार्य पूरा करने का ये एक अनूठा रिकॉर्ड है और ऐसा देश में पहली बार हुआ है। डीआरडीओ की कामयाबी में इसे एक नया अध्याय माना जा रहा है।
इतने कम समय में हाइब्रिड टेक्नोलॉजी से निर्मित ये प्रोजेक्ट अपने प्रकार का देश का ही नहीं बल्कि दुनिया का यह एक यूनिक प्रोजेक्ट है। बांग्लादेश में 57 स्टोरी स्काई क्रैपर्स 19 डेज में खड़ी कर दी, या 10 स्टोरी इमारत 24 आवर्स में खड़ी कर दी। पर यह कॉम्प्लेक्स मैं समझता हूं उन सामान्य कंस्ट्रक्शन से कई मामलों में अलग है और महज 45 डेज में इसका कंस्ट्रक्शन वाकई किसी करिश्मा से, किसी चमत्कार से यह कम नहीं है।
So this was his statement during the inauguration. So let us come forward. India is going through rapid urbanization, and therefore the infrastructure need is increasing exponentially. And due to shortage of skilled labor, good old age technology, the infrastructure projects are facing time and cost overrun. We have got so many data which can prove that most of the government projects, I repeat, is running behind the schedule, which is time and cost overrun. So this technology which has been developed by DRDO is going to be a game changer for the construction activity. Why can't we make building like they make cars? Speedier, smarter, and sustainable. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the building which I am going to explain is just a small effort to do that. Now, if you see the traditional process where planning, project management, and execution skill level, if you see the percentage, this is our reading for a project which we have mapped. It may be different, certain percentage may be different, 10%, 30%, 60%. But if you go with the project management, the faster construction, where we planning, we give 50%, project management itself 30%, that remains at that level, but the use of digitization and IT-enabled solution comes forward, but execution only 20%. If you see the labor component as compared to 3,000 earlier, it will become 400 for a specific project which I have mapped. The risk management in any of the project has to be done very, very meticulously. Extra time for planning and risk assessment at the beginning has to be given, and we can reach to T1 unless until we reach to T2, and the firefighting lack of planning and risk assessment in the initial stage, that will lead to the firefighting at the end. Now, the hybrid construction, when I say hybrid composite construction, what do you mean by that? It means there is nothing great. All types of construction activity, you bring it and make it hybrid. Conventional, precast, pre-engineered, cast in situ, semi-precast, bring it, make it hybrid construction. That's what we have done. It has been done for the very first time in the country. We have made for whom? AD, Aeronautical Development Establishment, who is working on the unmanned combat air vehicle and it is for the flight control system for the AMCA and UCAV. If we do that, in next 3 years, India is going to have the fifth country in the world to have this AMCA and UCAV flight control system. That is the importance of the building, why it has been done in 45 days. Now, due to this is certain technical details, I will skip this slide. Now, how the building looks like? This is how it looked. Ground plus 6 story, 7 story, there is 130,000 square feet. The building size is 30 meter by 60 meter. It is ground plus 6, and each height of the building is approximately 36 meter, which is equivalent to 10 story. But we call it 7 story because it is 7 story, but the height-wise it is 10 story. Now, how did we do it? See the project management, what we had. The concept of off-site construction and on-site construction. If you see this slide, phase 1, that is completely off-site construction, 75 days. When 75 days was there, we were doing the foundation, which we cannot replace with the composite or the modular. It has to be conventional. So while we were doing that, we were fabricating the beam, column, and slab outside somewhere 200 kilometers far off from the construction site. So if you make it 70% and 30% is the off-site and the on-site. What we did, 2,340 metric ton steel was procured. They were bent into the shape of the beam and column, and they were transported to the site, and then concreting was done simultaneously to make it monolithic. That's how building looks like, 30 meter by 32 meter by 62 meter. I will skip these slides. Stakeholder management. We have created and maintained a very positive relationship with each and every scientist which is going to occupy the room. We went to them and we just asked what is their requirement, what is the lux level, how many consortium of IIT Delhi, IIT Roorkee, IIT Madras, and the CRRI Roorkee, and the engineers of DRI Roorkee, and the engineers of DRDO, we all sat together, designed it, got it vetted from the IIT, and made the building. So here comes the role of leaders who goes extra mile beyond what is required and take a risk and make the building. A building has been done in the same cost as the conventional cost. Now, if you see, I will quickly explain. I have got less time. I'll quickly explain what is this building, how it has been made. It has been made like the Leo toy. You bring each and every element of the building, and like the child, they make the building, at home with a plastic Leo toy. That's what it has been done. Now this was the foundation, 3 row of the foundation, 3 row of the foundation. This is how it looked like. This is the column. This 762 mm dia column with the steel, which was made off-site. The height of the column is 13.2 because 4.5 into 3. 4.5 meters is the height of 1 floor. You make column like this, it will become 3 floor. And if you see every 4.5 meters is a collar where the beam will come and set. So totally approximately around 81 number of columns were done in 75 days before it was brought to the site. Then composite beams were done, approximately 408 numbers of beams has been done. Now if you do see the conventional construction, the beam is always propped. The shuttering is used. It is a truss design, no shuttering, no scaffolding, no concrete, no water was used for the seeding of this. The slab was approximately 668 number of slabs were constructed. There was a semi-precast slab which was brought, and I will tell you how it has been done through a video. That's how the building, the beam, column, and slab was brought at site with the tower crane. It was brought on the pedestal, and it has been done. Now this is the beam which has been between the two columns. And we have also provided the seismic criteria was taken into account, and the rebar has been put. The shear connectors has been done, which is the basic minimum requirement. The toilet pods, the toilet was made outside and it was been brought at the site, and the weight was approximately 24 metric ton and 19 metric ton. 28 number of toilet pods were done. And how these toilet pods looked like at the yard, it has just been brought at the site and put. This is photograph which you have seen at the yard. Even the mirror was put. It was brought and kept on the building. Now the MEP cradle, the first time we used the MEP cradle means before you put the slab, put the cradle. What cradle consists of? Cradle consists of all these air conditioning system, the firefighting system, and your electrical and the ELV system. I will not go to this slide, how it has been done. You can see in the last slide, and these were the modular wall, infill wall in between. Now this is very important slide if you see. The right side, the red one, we started on 1st March, if you see the bottom. The first slab was casted 3rd February. The second was 6th February, 8th February, 11th February, 13th February, 16th February, 18th February, 21st February. In 21 days, the entire superstructure was ready. Onto the left side, the green one is the finishing part. If you see at the end, 21st February 2022, it was done. So that's how it has been done. And after every 2 to 3 days, we casted 1 floor with this absolute proper planning and the technology innovation. Now that's how building looked like. You see the beautiful building, everything ready in 21 days. Only the wall will be constructed in between, which is started from the first day. And at the end of on the 21st, on 20th of February, we were on the top of the slab. And this is the L&T engineers, the project head was there. Time management, each and every activity was mapped and they were properly planned. Now, if you see the material management, they were around 30 plus 21, 51 companies were there all across the country. If you see in the map of the India, they were all brought to the site. They were coordinated very well. In the morning, 7 o'clock, we used to start coordinating with them. Each and every vehicle was put with the RFID. Their movement was tracked. Their traffic movement was coordinated. The equipment and stores management, 12,000 ton load was put in this building at the rate of 265 ton per day, approximately 26 trucks. Material was put into this building from top to bottom, everything from top to bottom. Nothing can be taken from bottom to top because there was no staircase. Everything with these types of 4 cranes which we put all across at the 4 corners. The best vendor was selected with the curation, and there was total transparency with them and then us in clearance of the bills, in the clearance of giving the decision timely. Supply chain management. Everything was brought from different parts of the country. 1,336 elements were there. 26 trailer trips per day. Conflict management. Absolutely, there was transparency between all the stakeholders. Nobody was cheated in this project. Everybody was given their due, and there was a different step to solve the problems at site. We finished the building in 45 days. Within 75 days, we cleared the final bill of L&T. Team synergy and bonding, that is what we have been looking for this. These 450 laborers, those who have worked at site, they came with the war cry. I will show you what is the cry they used to do. Every day they used to give that slogan, and that slogan made this building. That's why I say it is the leadership role which has brought this building to the shape. That's how this building looks like. It is standing tall in Bangalore. Anybody who, if you go to Bangalore, kindly see it in AD. This is Dr. Sri Rajnath Singh ji in the conference hall where he reviewed this project. And this is the team which made it happen. I will show you last slide, and that is the end of the presentation. Just a minute.
The Mission 45 Days is a classic example of vision of a promising leader, technological innovation and human endurance, leading to the creation of an architectural marvel in a record time. This unique project is a dream come true, and it bears testimony to the power and prowess of human imagination, creativity and caliber to script history. This work speaks volumes of the exuberant outcome of collective contribution and collaboration of diligent workers and motivated engineers. The success of the project is primarily due to the sound project monitoring mechanism and timely guidance and encouragement extended by one and all. Kudos to the visionary leadership of DRDO that brings us a success story to tell and inspire the nation.
Mission 45 Days has been launched for construction of 7-story building of 1,30,000 square feet in just 45 days. और ये मुमकिन है क्योंकि ये एक सशक्त और बहुत मजबूत टीम हमारे साथ है, क्योंकि ये नया भारत है, जो सोचेगा वो करेगा। अरे होगा होगा होगा, अरे होगा होगा होगा। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की।
Ladies and gentlemen, that was slogan, होगा 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 45 दिन में होगा. That was the leadership at all level. When I take credit standing here, it would be unfair on my part if I don't give credit to AD Bangalore, IIT Madras, CBRI Roorkee, the infrastructure approver, that is L&T infrastructure, those who built it actually, and 450 laborers, skill helping hands, those who could do it. Those who dare, they win. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's just 23 minutes I have taken. Thank you very much.
So 45 days of work is showed that movie in 5 minutes. That means we can do it in 5 minutes also we can construct. That should be the speed for the future. Thank you very much. And can I request Dr. Anand Louis, the Chief of Advanced Manufacturing Institute, to say a few words, because you had the meeting in the hall too. We didn't hear you, so you can make some 5 minutes, we can make some remarks about your work.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Pillai, for this wonderful opportunity. I've been actively viewing all these presentations over the last 2 days. I think it's a great contribution to society, and I think probably one of the most needed skill sets in India, because we are in the process of building a great country, and we have a lot more to build and a lot more to develop. I think this, like it was mentioned yesterday, maybe we have 12,000 members in PMA India. Maybe it is a good start, but we may require 1.2 lakh. Coming to what we do at the International Research Institute for Manufacturing, We are a private industry body who promotes manufacturing competitiveness in India. So our core idea is a developed country is something that can produce its goods and services in the most possible, advanced and efficient manner. And we work with the largest manufacturers in India when it comes to, upstream products like steel, aluminum, and so on, to highly value-added downstream products like cars, motorcycles, consumer durables, and so on. Now, when we work with these organizations, most of these organizations are going through, augmentation of their prevailing capacities or building new capacities, which are all very complex, large projects. And one of the things we notice is that there is a big shortage of both skill and understanding of the importance of project management techniques and best practices. And I'm very delighted to see this conference, and I think with the leadership of Dr. Pillai and the efforts by such eminent individuals, I think India will learn a lot. And before I leave the stage, I'll take a couple of minutes to share our predictions of what is going to drive the evolution of project management in India. I think primarily it will be the centralized digitalization and what I call as inclusive digitalization. Earlier, project management digitalization was seen as, okay, there's a central body, and that central body will digitalize itself. Now, it is about digitalizing in a manner that every stakeholder, every supplier, every vendor will have their own dashboards, can seamlessly integrate their operational systems, digital systems, with the central systems so that there is seamless integration and there is overall system benefit. I thank you so much once again for this opportunity, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Anant Louis has got a number of industries with him. So he says every year he recognizes the top industries of this country for their best performance. So we thought these industries being with him, we should have an arrangement, PMA India and his institute, so that he can promote the certification process. Can we do that?
Definitely, that is something we will look forward to, and I think it will definitely benefit our nation.
So thank you so much for the short presentation, but it's a big institute. It's wonderful work they are doing. To honor him, we would like to present. Presentation before tea is by Mr. Nandakumar, our honorable member of our management committee of the PMA India, who has done a lot of work in the EPC sector. So he will now take 15 minutes to complete the whole proceedings before tea.
Good evening. Can I have this slide change? So I will cover briefly these points, what's happening around us globally and as well as in India and in Tamil Nadu. We'll see what is the current management challenges the sector is undergoing. Then I have done a survey in January 26, then completed in February 26. We'll present some findings of what that survey talks about in ascertaining what all the competences this sector looks for. And then we'll see what is the way forward to really go with that. So we all know the the growth story. We grow at 78%, and this is a growth path. The world growth is something like 2 to 3%. Yes, we are much ahead of the world growth. So while we talk about the GDP growth over a period of time, Tamil Nadu, where we are in, is one of the largest contributors to the GDP, close to about 11 to 12%. And the growth of Tamil Nadu is something like 11.2%. It's highest among the states in India, as per one of the RBI report, which has been published a few months back. So that makes it, more appropriate for the state where we are here in, and as well as in India, to talk about the economic engine which makes these projects to happen. So having we talked about the GDP per se, let's see how the GDP makes sense or connects with what we are trying to talk. A factor which is called GCF, gross capital formation, is the one which says how much percentage of the GDP is captured as asset, the rest being spent as revenue. So if you take globally, like on average, something like, the world average is something like 25-26%. We in India, 1/3 we capture as an asset, rest being a revenue expenditure. That means assets are being built and going to be continue to be built. That's the message it gives. So while the assets are being built, naturally, like we need a lot of competences by way of various, the managing skills and as well as the funding. So the very important funding, when it has to come from substantial of this funding, either the public or from the private, has to come from some form of external commercial borrowing or otherwise, the people will look for, do you have the skills to deliver these projects as what has been promised? So for you to give a confidence to the investors and as well as the lenders, it's almost, it is required that yes, we are competent enough, we have the people. That's the reason, like, like our PMI India and as well as PMI, we lobby with bodies like Niti Aayog to say that we should not be having only the project managers, we should have certified competent project managers in the projects. Like how we used to define, like we should have a chartered engineer, chartered person to sign some document. We'll have a certified project managers be deployed. Like probably our colleagues from IPMA, the Globe, they may say that in many projects they used to define our project needs 1 level A, 3 level B, and 10 level C. They used to define like that competency level for many projects when they define it. But it's high time that we also start practicing in India. So having we talked about, yes, globally the businesses are happening, India pretty much is happening, assets are being built, and the days ahead are quite going to be challenging because there are many concurrent projects that are going to happen that. So having we talked about, why we talk about this engineering and EPC sector more? See, if you take the GDP component into 3, the primary being agriculture, as you all know well, we are an agrarian economy end of the day. The next sector being the manufacturing and construction, which constitutes sizably close to, something like a 32% of our GDP. But if you take that 32% of the GDP, near proportionally, 25% it gives employment. Whereas the service sector, which is, something like around 25% of the GDP, 50% of the GDP, only half of it generates as an employment. There is where the government and as well as many, the thought leaders are looking at encouraging the manufacturing and encouraging the projects and construction as a kind of bringing the economic engine into a forefront. That's the only way to generate employment and reach the bottom of the pyramid. Because we talk about sometimes 10,000 feet level, but unless the bottom of the pyramid is taken care, the things will not percolate down. So we have got to address the employment related issues. For that, we need to definitely look for engineering and EPC sector and core construction and manufacturing as an economic push to the whole thing. So that gives the importance, and though probably, we are talking several topics and several discussions, this is the significance of this particular topic for us to really talk about. So the EPC sector, the potential is something like $600 to $1,000 billion, and its potential is for next 15 years. Its growth rate is substantial. We are, a significant player in this. It's all known. And, the India has got 180 plus leading EPC companies, and then 25 plus million jobs are generated. That's a prime focus. Globally, if you take, there are 66% projects fail to deliver on time, and 48% is the success rate, and again, out of which 40% is in the gray area, meaning cannot be defined. And mining sector is, of course, has some lead in that. So if you take a little bit, I will spend a little time on this slide because this is the core of the topic what we are going to talk about. The EPC and engineering sector faces certain key challenges. These challenges, as yesterday, the space mission, former chairman was mentioning, right from 70s, we continue to use the very same technology. These situations, these conditions prevail and then sometimes goes to worst for decades and probably for centuries. So these challenges, when it is becoming, multifold and things, it becomes very difficult to manage socially and as well as delivering the projects on time. First is the sectoral underperformance. The sector itself has got a lot of underperformance in terms of time, cost, and deliverables. That's a very challenging one. Then it has got financial uncertainty and legal challenges. the transaction costs are very high. The transaction costs comprising, the cost, indirect cost, the legal cost, and it's, all the things paired up together, it's very expensive. And embracing the latest technology, it's poor, in absorbing the technology, the construction sector as such. So if you take, the sectoral underperformance as such, poor delivery in terms of the cost and schedule. It's all hard fact. There is nothing to talk or worry about. Unless we know the pain or the problem, we may not be able to solve what is to be done for the days to come together. Let's talk about what is the hard issues lying with us. So the infrastructure projects delays are continuing to be there. Earlier, we will be not even knowing when is the project likely to complete. But now at least we have some kind of a prediction, when is it going to be completed. That's one small silver lining in the whole scenario. But in all the sectors, we find 35-40% of delays. I got some slides due to time paucity I'm not showing. Even across last decade plus, such delays were accruing that. And if you take the labor productivity, if you see the productivity in a kind of a closed factory atmosphere or in the IT and IT pharma sectors, it's all improving due to various technological growth and as well as the tech enablers. But whereas the construction industry tries to remain flat at the bottom. This is one of the challenges, and this continues to remain like that. This is another important issue. And legal issues, the right of ways and things like that, and the inaccurate detailed project report to make the project to be, beyond. Even the Honorable Minister was mentioning, they announce a project, then they try to make certain things, cut and then paste and then try to make it and then make it to be launched in real. Whether it comes to see the light of the day or not, we have got to see that. That's the kind of scenario. Skilled manpower. This again continues to be a challenge in that. So having we talked about, the sectoral underperformance, which is a real challenge for us to face it as a kind of a thing. The financial uncertainty is much bleeding the entire thing. Many projects get admitted into what is called as the insolvency bankruptcy code, and then, several issues and crops up. And, in the last, about 10 plus years that the government is taking a lot of measures to clean up those kind of, the bad assets from the system. The thing is like, this sector has the bottom quartile profit margins. The margins are thin. If any EPC company reports a higher margin, I always used to say that profit is notional, cash flow is the real. Cash flows, yes, is important, so people get a proper cash flow and then manage the business. But the profits are sometimes dressed up, and it is notionally reported as a kind of a figure for the people, the stakeholders or the investors to see that. So the bottom quartile profit margin in the EPC sector is a challenge because there are several uncertainties and things like that. It is all being paired up together. End of the day, it gives a very thin margin, and people are not able to afford. And while they estimate, there is a percentage of the profit margin shown. When it is budgeted, another percentage. When it is executed, mid of it, some percentage. When you really close the project, you will be bleeding. That's the kind of the scenario the sector is undergoing. The material price volatility, there are due to a lot of tariff and the global war situations, the material price volatility is quite large. Unsuccessful public-private partnership due to various issues. Though the PPP model has been launched as one of a good model, but still there are a lot of unsuccessful limitations in that. Cash flow is again a big thing. Many projects yield because of the cash flows. Even while I was managing director in IDAC Engineering, which is part of the SPIC group, while a project to be bid, even if it is 10 crore, 100 crore, 1,000 crore, we used to make a cash flow for the project, as if the project is to be executed. We make a cash flow, find the deficit, and then see whether it is manageable. If it is not, we have to keep funding the project till the end. We'll say, sorry, we will not even bid the project. So the cash flow has got to be a very carefully analyzed and taken care. That's one of the serious issues in the projects. Accumulating NPAs. What happens is that when these things all come together, there are many NPAs, non-performing assets come, and then today the insolvency bankruptcy code has been put in, and then 180 days has been mandated to resolve, but still there are many assets unresolved, and then they head for either a resolution professional to reorganize the asset, or sometimes it heads to liquidity. There are several cases and case histories are there for such of those assets which are into that kind of a category. That's one of the major problem for that. And with that being the defaulter, even if it is a genuine guy who has got defaulted or maybe due to some other reasons defaulted, it's a defaulter. He cannot get into the fray to own the asset again. These are all the conditions which are killing really the sector. And similarly, the delayed payments for various reasons. And this is a very common issue in that. So the transaction cost, which comprises the cost of bidding, the contract administration, And the dispute resolution related cost, the legal cost. Some people, some contracts, they will write from the day zero, they will start, recording their, variations, disputes, rising points. Because what happens is, at the end of the day, they will go for an arbitration. Today, the Arbitration Act, 1996, which is amended, says that within one year, you have got to complete the arbitration. If the arbitration award is won by the party, they can, even if it is a government contract, they can claim 90% of the value by giving a bank guarantee. And they can go to a court of appeal, that's fine. So with that being the scenario, there are a lot of transaction costs built in the entire process. But whether they get the cost is built, when the price goes to the market, it is less. So they take a challenge, let's take the business, but they end up messing it up. So the transaction cost is one of the prohibitor in the whole thing. So this makes it, whether we like it or not, end of the day, the cost of the assets which is being built, there is a big delta added. That's the problem. Not even the time delivery, cost delivery, the cost becoming added. The latest, embracing the technology is another big issue. Digitalization is very poor, as I was showing. It's a flat across, several decades, the digitalization absorption. Adoption of AI, yes, now we suffix anything onto AI, so the construction industry is also not exception to it. So let's see a few slides about AI, what it talks about. And I believe BI, Building Information Modeling, is being slowly mandated in all the government contracts for the people to adopt it. Those days we used a physical model and then, kind of see it, but now it is allowed to be built in through the BI models. Data accuracy and collection is a big challenge. So what I have done is that we initiated a survey to really find out from the people what is in the ground happening. We are talking sometimes from 10,000 feet level, sometimes, the good stories, everything. But we have got to also look at what are all the failures. Failures, gives a lot of learning and then the way forward. I have initiated a survey focusing on the engineering EPC sector and little bit about AI, little bit about the data and what people are looking ahead in the days to come. I have put in, and then there are professionals, close to 83 people. Thankfully, I think some of them are here. They responded to this survey, and based on that, I have initiated some findings on that. So broadly, like the current practices, what we are having, what we are trying to have in our system, the legacy practices may not be suitable in the days to come. The technological challenges and many of these aspects definitely will not suit, especially even for construction, though the penetration is poor, it may not be possible for us to really execute the projects. So there, you got to adopt the technology. How we are going to adopt, what are the challenges we will see, what are the competences we have got to develop. Though we talk about our 29 competences in the 3 broad categories, what we have got to look further, I will show in some of the few slides based on these findings, which is derived from the inputs from the professionals who has given on the ground. And AI, of course, is definitely a point to discuss that. So 83 respondents have responded, and the sectors are power, energy, oil and gas, and including renewable, and people are 55% of them are 15 plus years. Large, complex, and medium projects people handle. And relevance of, I will broadly cover the relevance of data and its accuracy to the entire thing. We are talking data, data, the management, AI, so many things. We'll see what the data, what is its status, what is it going to happen, we'll see. And the latest technology adoption status, how is it? Then the accountability, end of the day, we say so many things. Who is accountable? What is the view of the people? We'll quickly see, and then the priority in the competence need, and the barriers why we are not able to adopt really the technology. Okay, well, we talk to the people, accuracy of the data. We say, the AI implement here, there, dashboard, so many things. Close to, 50% people told the data is not accurate. What the data information being collected for various things. Probably, the data in the public domain for various other purposes, that's fine. That's a different thing, But as far as this sector, engineering, EPC, and that domain and related project professionals and those team and people, they work in the project, the data which is collected and reported and things, near 50% they told it is not accurate. So that means we live on a fool's paradise thinking that those data are all correct. That's a big problem what we are having. We try to predict with that and then getting messed up with that. So the data is 50% inaccurate. That's a major change. Then based on the findings, what we are able to see that the adoption level is only about 10%. Adoption level is only 10%, whereas globally it's about 35% is the adoption level of the data related technology as a whole, what we are able to observe that. And the people are in India is about, based on the survey, 55% are beginners, whereas in the global benchmarking, 25% only are the beginners. There is a big gap. And the readiness, whereas we are ready. We are all as, the Indians as professionals, we are ready to implement it at a 5-point scale. We are telling we are 3.1, we are ready. And the data quality, again, I already talked about that, 71% is inaccurate. So there is a big gap, and then, there is a good amount of push in competency development, making the people to be knowledgeable. There is a big gap for us to really address that. Very important question what we ask the people is that the data is there, AI is there, everything. At the end of the day, who is responsible for some outcomes or some project decisions, we ask the people. People very, sensibly understood the question, and then they, kind of answered, saying like, you can see from the output, sorry, I think it's, they have answered, end of the day, it is the project manager is responsible. More than 50% have told that project manager is responsible. That means our competences focuses either project or program or portfolio, as Dr. Wagner was mentioning. It is the project manager's skills which are going to have a significant role. We may talk about so many things. Let's say we put AI and then the data enabler and then it keeps answering through chatbot or whatever mechanism. End of the day, project manager will be held responsible or the organization. That's a major pie which is taking. Only some people have told it's not known or otherwise, but substantially, I'm happy that people have told the project manager is end of the day is responsible for the decisions. That's very important. So the competency, when it is, as a kind of a broad survey, people have told AI literacy and machine learning, they prioritized as a competency they need. So all our 29 competencies, what we are talking about in that, we have got to embrace upon this and then have to inculcate or disseminate to the various people, to the next generation. That's very important. So 63% people have said AI literacy and machine learning fundamentals are very important. We talk about a lot of things, and we do, analyze so many things. You must be knowing, the large language models which are built in various, the kind of inputs and things. We know popularly the ChatGPT, Perplexity, and, Grow, Clock, all these things. Can anyone guess and tell how many such large language models are there in the market? We know about 5, 6, 10 popular numbers. Imagine it or not, 22.65 lakhs of large language models specializing for each of these categories. So people have developed for each of their specialty and domain. And that's the people have prioritized, that's the thing they have got to know the fundamentals of it. Data fluency and critical interpretation of the data, people have felt 58% is important. The third prioritization is that you can do anything, but the critical thinking and validating. The AI will generate you and then will give you a report. It may even say you that you are a fool and then it will give you a report. But if you accept it, you are again another super fool. You have got to have a technique to validate the outcome. Unless you know the fundamentals, you will not be able to analyze and tell whether the output what has been given is correct or not. Otherwise, we will be misled and then it will be financially and then getting into a lot of issues and things like that. So the validation and critical thinking is very important. There are other competences also people have told, yes, including methodology adaptation, communication, storytelling, continuous learning. This also people have scored in the next level of things. And the best practices what people have, kind of recommended is that early stage planning. You have got to invest on early planning. Many times people, as is, like a project is taken, then, people, then they will rush for, finding out the resources and things. Instead, you got to do early project planning, and then they got to invest front-end loading for the projects are required. They got to spend money for that. Comprehensive DPR is required. Benchmarking at the concept stage is required. Not during the execution or post-morteming is of no use. During conceptualization, please benchmark and then take best practices. Structure training, partnering as a concept, CSR integration is required. There is where, like our structure training, our PMA or IPMA, yes, we will be able to fit it into this and then deliver to the people, and especially under the leadership of Dr. Pillai and as well as a team of people and the IPMA Global. The standards are keep getting evolved, like a sustainability, PMI doesn't have a standard. For Agile, they don't have a standard. For certified executive consultant coach, they don't have a standard. Whereas, yes, PMA rolls out these standards and then we will be able to definitely offer a better training to the people. And partnering is one very important aspect, which probably in PSU sectors, I'm not very sure how it is possible to work out or not. But partnering is a concept wherein the owner of the project, the contractor, consultant, everybody is on board at the same level. It's a pain sharing, gain sharing, wherein people will be on board, they will be assured of their margins. If they are able to save that, they will take at an arm's length kind of a profit margin. And this is also a model which is called as integrated project delivery. And this is done in one of the TRIL project, Tata Ramanujam Realty Park in Chennai. This is one of the very innovative concepts which is being practiced. This gives very distinct results. You could see a lot of things. I'm not able to go through completely in detail, but broadly cost, schedule, and the time, which are very key. The four elements: time, cost, quality, and HSC. Yes, it is able to give you a very distinct improvement if you do the partnering. But probably, I'm not sure the contracting models and then the structuring in PSUs. But if you take some steps in partnering, even in one of the United States, the California, the metro transport system, they adopted this model. So it's quite possible. Only thing is, it may take some time to get evolved. And what are the priorities people have looked at, planning and estimation, people looked at using AI and related things as a top priority. Monitoring and control, 48%, risk management, 40%, whereas globally, risk management, people perceive it as a big, kind of a threat, and they got to do that. They feel around more than 55%, they got to take care. Because unless a risk is analyzed, you will not be able to do a proper business. Whereas our people, okay, chalta hai, let it come, we will face it. We are masters when it comes in phases. That's the kind of a comparison we are able to have it. So this gives a potential where we will be able to make this thing on that. And of course, this is a proficiency level. I may not go through in detail. The top barriers for the entire adoption, as I was telling, we are talking good and failure stories. But at the end of the day, the barriers are 59% of the people have told insufficient skills and training, highest among all the sectors, power, oil and gas, infrastructure, every sector people have reported. There is where we can pitch in, and then as PMA, as project management professionals, every one of us can contribute. Even those who are certified, please retrain your people in your own organization. That's quite possible. So insufficient skills and training is a big barrier for implementing that. Then the data quality and infrastructure. As we are telling, like people, sometimes report. Even the Honorable Minister was telling, end of the day, some reports will come. You will think that, this is being, reported as a very systematically. They will hoodwink you by giving you some hanky-panky reports. This is where is the problem what we are having, and then that there is no responsibility or accountability is fixed towards that. That's the people have reported as a big concern. 35% resistance to change, that yes, is a major thing, and 28% is skill shortage in the market, which probably is also partly we can be able to support that. And way forward for organizations, yes, structured competency programs are required. I'm thankful that people have taken time from various organizations, academia, everybody, 2 days time. Such a kind of a competency-based structured program is required. For IPMA-like bodies, yes, we have got to get geared up to roll out more and more standards. And for PM professionals, we have got to build in how to adopt the technology and make this sector to be little absorbing the technology for educators. It's a very vast opportunity to really take it forward. And I sincerely thank the 83 participants who responded across the sectors. They took time about so like a 13-page of the questionnaire, and then they responded to me. I'm really thankful for them for spending the time and contributing towards that. So thank you so much for the time, and this is a brief about what I would like to share on that.
Any questions? So I would like to thank all the people who have responded to his questionnaire and given very good data. And this we want to make it as a report and send to not only to IPMA headquarters, to all the associations, the 70 associations we want to send, because they also have similar data, so we would like to consolidate. Because this is a very good study which has been made by Mr. Nandakumar. So we thank him for his effort to get the data, and then because data getting is not easy, he has done that and analyzed everything and brought it to a proper structured presentation. So thank you, Mr. Nandakumar, and we would like to honor you.
suggestion has come before tea. I will to give a summary report of the whole proceedings, and Lara will show some video. With that, we can even conclude, because we are shortening. Many people want to go now, so we want to close the sessions with the final conclusion. Please come.
This is always an emotional moment when having the opportunity to summarize everything that has been going for 2 days. Behind us, we have 2 days of remarkable event, really. This event that we call Global Project Profession Forum is actually on a level of superb World Congress. And really, I would like to pay a special thanks to the Indian Project Management Association, and Dr. Pillai and his team, who did really exceptional thing and organized this wonderful event. Throughout the previous 2 days, you wouldn't believe we had more than 500 participants attending plenary sessions, panels, discussions, roundtables. And it's not only about numbers and quantity, it's about the quality of the presentations, and the people that we had here were high-level company officials. We had the minister, high-level government officials, complete presence of International Project Management Association with the current president, 3 former presidents. So this is really an event on a high level, but not high level for this region, not high level for India, high level on a global scale. Really remarkable event. And I thank you for giving us opportunity to participate in such event. When we started this forum 4 years ago for the first time in Sevilla, it was sort of my baby at the time. I could not even dream of the situation that we will have such an amazing event here in India, and that this will become truly, I would underline, truly international event. On top of course, participants from the region, we had presence from our global partners and customers like A-Digital, Alstom, and other companies that work with IPMA on a global scale. And they all also recognize here that PEMA India is their trustful partner, and they collaborate well and would like to continue also. What is also important here is that now it's more clear than obvious. One country, in this case India, cannot develop efficiently without support of professional association like PEMA. Because if we want to have a strategy, if we want to have delivered projects in various areas, we cannot do that without proficient project management. And what we concluded today in our president's panel, and I think it was throughout the conference, it's not the tools and techniques that makes the difference. People are the ones who make the difference. And on all levels, I think the future of project management lies in people. People like teams, we need to empower and develop our teams. We need to work on ethics. We need to work on sustainability, innovation. But also more importantly, we also need to develop project leadership. And if we want to have a good project leadership, we need to go for certification, education and training, recognizing their achievements through different awards, and then together in collaboration with companies, what we could have seen here, with governments, which we also could have seen here, we will bring our societies to a better place, and our societies will be the better place. So one of the conclusion is we need to work more on a personal level, to humanize project management and co-create more value for our societies, and that's maybe our plan for the future, or at least our idea for the future. Thanks once again for this marvelous event, and let's continue working together, and we will happily attend any next event in India, but also, as always, you're warmly welcome to our events worldwide. Thank you, Dr. Pillai. Thank you, Pema India.
So you want to show some video?
So we have some, we can see the slide or videos. Like I said, to see you at some our next events, we will now show the couple of IPMA events that we will having only this year. So if we can play slide or video.
Every idea begins with a question, every project with a vision, and every generation of research.
So we have 3 events to present you. The very next event is research conference in Bogota, which will take place in April in Colombia. Then we will have a Central European event called Senate in Belgrade end of May. And as a cherry on the cake for the end of the year, we will have World Congress in Hiroshima, Japan. So here you have the data on Hiroshima, Japan, and hopefully we will see videos for Bogota and Belgrade events. That's all.
So it's my turn to thank IPMA in a big way. IPMA headquarters, they have given this opportunity to conduct this professional forum. That is why we are doing that. So I thank Mr. Mladen, then thank Vladimir, and thank Lara, who are the 3 people who have promoted this idea for having the PPF in India. And I thought, when it is India, normally we conduct everything in Delhi, just to show Delhi, and it will be, it's a city, there's nothing there. But I thought it should be a place where there should be a cultural interest, heritage, and it should be a place where you can really enjoy. And that's why we have chosen this place, Mahabalipuram, not Chennai city we didn't choose. We have come to Mahabalipuram, where there's a beach, and this whole place is so good. It's a resort, and you can enjoy. That's what we thought, and we have arranged it. I think you all enjoyed staying here. We also should thank the sponsors. There are people who have profusely helped us to conduct this show. So we have the sponsors written here: platinum, gold, and silver. They have given all the support to us to conduct that. I would like to thank all of them individually also. And some of the representatives of these sponsors are here, and they have shown their products also in their stalls. We are all thankful to all the sponsors for helping us to conduct this PPF. So thank you so much. And we end this whole proceedings now. We'll now go for tea, and with the tea we are closing the session, so that you can enjoy the evening, go somewhere, see some places. So thank you so much for your availability. And once we are closing, some of you asked me whether there's a dinner that we have put that's not there now. If anybody wants dinner, they can go to the restaurant and take. But we are closing all the things now. Thank you so much.
Just please, one additional stand up and a round of applause for Dr. Pillai, who make all this possible and who organized this great event. Thank you.
Can we call all the people, the organizers and the delegates? We'll have one big group photo on the stage with our Pillai sir as well as the president of IPMA. All people can come, so that can be in the big newsletter for the next edition.
after an argument.
Every idea begins with
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. India, I would like to thank our event manager, Mr. Saravanan, and his team for doing excellent work. Huh? Yeah, Punithan, yes, Punithan. And Saravanan, so event.
Please join, sir.